Okay.
Okay, welcome to our open session for Rim of the World Unified School District School Board meeting. 6.0, reconvene open session, procedural business. 6.1, call to order. The Board of Trustees are hereby reconvening open session at 5:34 p.m. 6.2, roll call. Trustees to identify themselves by first and last name to formally establish quorum. And let's go by the same order we did before.
Bill Mellinger, Trustee Area 1.
Dana Ridlin, Trustee Area 2.
Cindy Gardner, Board Area 3.
Natalie Lindeman, Board Area 4.
Jordan Zarate, Trustee Area 5, Running Springs, Arrow Bear Lake, Green Valley Lake.
Okay, for Pledge of Allegiance, as far as us doing this through distance learning, do we go ahead and do this? Okay, so 6.3, Pledge of Allegiance, and I'm going to ask Mark Baer to lead the way, please.
All right, it's for time for me. Where's my flag?
I know it's
Well, you guys are gonna have to look around. There's one on my all right. Put your right hand over your heart. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation,
under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, Mr. Baer. 7.0, closed session report. 7.1, announcement of reportable actions taken during closed session. And actually, I don't believe there were any, correct?
Correct, none.
Okay, 8.0, public testimony. Are there any?
None.
Okay, so that was 8.1, public comment period for items listed on this agenda, and there are none. Moving on to 8.2, public comments. So there are none. Moving on to 8.3, RTA and CSCA representatives. And I believe Mr. Bears, would you like to go ahead and speak to the board?
Sure, thank you. Happy 2021 to you all.
Can you speak up a little bit, please?
Yes.
Thank you.
Happy 2021 to you all, and thank you all for being around. I will just start. So I want to start by thanking the RIM Teachers Association bargaining team and leadership for working so hard the past year. We've had so many different MOUs and different situations and so much to learn. And I want to thank all the employees of the district for being so flexible. And I would say having such a good work ethic. I know there's some people out there that will disagree with me, and obviously 100% of us don't have a great work ethic, but for the most part, I think we've done a really good job trying to meet the needs of our students. I have two living with me, so I'm not only seeing this as a teacher, but I'm seeing it as a parent. And the amount of information that teachers have had to digest this past year is really incomprehensible. It's just pretty amazing. So thank you to all the employees out there. Next, our team membership is hopeful that the district will reply to our proposal of September 30th, 2020. in the proposal, we asked for things in terms of realigning our salary schedule. We asked for a reasonable retirement proposal. And if we have a situation now where there's possible layoffs of teachers due to declining enrollment, if it pays off, I really think we need to look at the people who are ready to retire so we don't lose good teachers. There's nothing worse than getting a pink slip, as those who have gone through it know. So hopefully we're not in that position, but if we are, it's even more of a reason to offer a reasonable retirement proposal and to look at our salary schedule and make it more competitive among all the districts in the area. Declining enrollment. I keep on trying to find the answers to this, and it's very multifaceted. People leaving California, people can't afford to live here, but also are a significant group of people, and they tend to come to the mountains, who are very anti-government in general, and they see public education as being part of the government, and they don't want their kids to be a part of that. I mean, 35 years ago, when I looked into getting this profession, I never have convinced me that science would be controversial, that people would have a problem having their kids taught that America's a wonderful country, but there are some things in our past that are kind of ugly, like slavery. And there are people out there that just don't want that mentioned. And if it is, they're going to pull their kids out of school. So I think the board has to recognize that we have a population of people, and I'm not judging them, but they really don't support public schools and what we stand for. So I even was disappointed to hear, because I have been in contact with our own Mr. Obernolte. I guess he's Congressman Obernolte now, and he was one of the 147 in Congress that voted to overturn the 2020 election. So that was kind of disappointing to hear. In regards to reopening, of course, I would like personally to have the kids walk in tomorrow, though tomorrow might be a snow day, and have everything just be like it was on March 15th or 14th. I'm not into all these different plans for hybrid days and things of that nature. I think once the teachers get vaccinated and the people who need to get vaccinated, and the COVID levels start leveling out, we need to look at reopening, and not reopening in a hybrid way or this way or that way, going back to school the way we were before. And I know I'm not representing all of my membership when I say that, but I know I'm representing a lot of them, and that's how I feel. So thank you very much for the time.
Thank you, Mr. Bear. Are there any representatives from CSCA? No? Okay, moving on. 9.0, governing board reports and announcements. 9.1, governing board members. I'll go ahead and ask Cindy. I'm going to go in the order of how I see on the screen. Cindy, if you can go ahead and start.
Oh, great. Okay. Well, knowing that this is a very long night, I'm going to keep it short, which is shocking to everybody, but just want to say that there's a lot of snow coming. There's a lot of snow that's on the ground. It's disappointing that we have people that disrespect our school properties and our community. It's unfortunate that we have cars that love to stop without even really being off the road and playing in the snow. But it's really disappointing when people leave their trash on our school properties, leaving it to community members who are so good-hearted to pick up the trash. And it's just unnerving and enraging to have people that are visiting our beautiful mountain trash it so much. And so we know it's going to come this weekend. Get ready. It's going to be a bumpy weekend. Stay safe and warm. The other thing is that I just excited for our seniors who finished their college applications and now they are waiting. Some have already heard from some schools that they've applied to early and have early action or early decisions. So it's really fun to hear the excitement build for when they get those notifications. So it's still, even though there's COVID, that excitement of this time of being as a senior is still there. On the other hand, I'm part of a PTA subcommittee that is meeting with RIM High student leaderships and the senior advisors on how can we help our seniors have memories of a senior year that doesn't have homecoming, that may not have prom. I'm not saying there's no prom. I'm saying that there's a possibility, or no grad night, or no senior hot chocolate and donut day. All those things that made senior year so special, and getting together with your friends and hugging them on every day and going through the traumas of high school together and the excitement of high school together. That's not happening. And these kids are devastated and feel defeated. The leadership kids feel defeated. So I'm hoping that by collaborating together, this subgroup of parents and the students and the advisors, that we can come up with some items that maybe aren't exact replacement for your beautiful homecoming dance, but we can make your senior year something out of this COVID experience. It just breaks your heart when you hear how defeated they sound, that their memories are not going to be there the way that other classes had. So I just want to say, seniors and senior parents, we're going to do what we can to support you and to make you feel that, hey, you're a senior. We're going to try our best. Nothing is going to take the place of homecoming and senior hot chocolate day and all of that, but we will try our best to make you feel that this is a special time in your life. And so hang in there. We will get stuff done for you.
Okay. Thank you, Cindy. Sorry, Natalie, go ahead.
Also going to try to keep this brief because we do have a long night. I wanted to start by saying happy 2021 to everyone. Happy New Year. Hopefully you had wonderful holidays and got to spend time either in person or virtually with your family. I kind of was going to speak about a more difficult subject and the bear of just the realities of what's going on our mountain recently. We've been experiencing a lot of death. A lot of traumas have been occurring. We've lost RIM family members, retirees, current students, former students, and graduates. And, I always appreciate how our community comes together in those times and really supports them. And I've been seeing people trying to do the best they can, but we are all really struggling. And I know myself, COVID has continually, like last year was hard, and it unfortunately, just because the date changed and the year changed, it didn't automatically get easier for any of us. It's continued. And when we go through losses and grief and we're not able to be with our loved ones or to be with our friends to process that and to cope with it. It's like finding the same way as we're finding a new way to navigate education, we're finding a new way to navigate relationships and life and the challenges that come along with that. And I know a lot of us are really, really struggling. So my heart just goes out to our community and to the people out there, and we can just keep trying to fight and keep supporting each other. I wish I could be more positive, but it's hard right now. So I see you all. I acknowledge you. I know that in the midst of all of that, like, not that education isn't important, but life and your family come first. And so if things fall to the wayside and you're not performing your best, or your student isn't logging in every time, or something's going on with that, obviously communicate that and ask for support, but also provide yourself that grace to have the time to grieve and cope with these things, and reach out to, people at the school site, any counselors that are able to help support there too. And keep on keeping on. So thank you.
Thank you, Natalie. Jordan.
Well, good evening, and happy 2021, our first school board meeting of the year, and our first meeting since the governor's board, proposal workshop that was just under 2 weeks ago. So it's our first meeting since then, and there's a lot to go over with that. I know I tend to talk about, finances and whatnot the last couple of board meetings or so, but there's a lot up in the air for us at the moment, a lot up for school districts at this moment. And there's a long time between January, what the governor proposes for his school budget, and the May revise. There's a lot more pandemic to get through. There's a lot more economic uncertainty that we have to get through. Nobody knows what's going to happen by May, much less next month. And on top of that, additionally, we have a newly elected legislature in the state and some of those have been reelected, and they had a lot of legislation that they wanted to propose last legislative session. And the state of California pretty much said, please keep they made a decision, essentially, our legislature, to keep all of their bills COVID focused. So there's been just a huge influx of new bills that have flooded into the legislature. They've barely opened, their legislative session. So it's a lot of wait and see of what's going to be happening there. We ourselves even have new locally elected representatives that we as a school board need to start talking with and start, developing relationships with, and see where they stand on their support for public education. We know some of them and have developed relationships with some of them already, but we have a new assembly member, Thurston Smitty Smith, and we've got our new state senator, Rosaricia Ochoa-Bo, who is a former school board member. She was a school board member right before she got elected to the state senate. We have our new congressman for our district that was previously Assembly Member Jay Obernolte, now Congressman Obernolte, representing us at the federal level. And then, even working our way up from there, we have a new federal administration in office, and we're going to have a new Secretary of Education. And with all of these things comes change, and what we're going to advocate for and what we're going to see from these is a lot of uncertainty. But we'll certainly, just as Cindy and Natalie have mentioned, we'll be advocating for our district, we'll be advocating for our communities, all the way from our state assembly member, all the way up to our federal representatives. And then it's just going to be a lot of wait and see and continue advocating. And we may use some of our press releases at the school district to kind of push people or educate folks on what's happening with our budget and what's happening and what it's going to mean for our students and when we're going to return to, all of these things have major financial implications. And there's probably going to be a point where we need your help and support. And so please keep an eye out for that. As always, you can reach out to any of us we're always happy to talk about it. That governor's board workshop was what, a several hour deep dive into specifically education and what it means for us. So you can reach out to any board member here, and I'm sure we'd really be excited actually to talk to somebody about all of these plans and what you can do and how you can help us advocate for better funding for public education and our students.
Thanks, Jordan. And Bill, you're up.
Okay, boy, I am really starting to feel like a student again. I've been attending so many training meetings. Thank you, Connie and Michelle. I was moved from a sense of excitement for what I thought the governor's budget was proposing, to a sense of kind of disappointment as we learn more about the details about that. But before that, I just really need to say my heart and my prayers go out to the RIM family, the entire RIM family, and especially those who are grieving, who have felt loss right now and are going through all different kinds of pain. And that includes those who are right now depressed and just emotionally struggling. I've attended so many meetings. Some of them kept my excitement and were really interesting. And then others, I was struggling to stay awake. So I can tell you that I've been learning about the Brown Act, and I'm not sure if I'm supposed to be saying this or not. No, but I've been learning about who I can talk to and who I can't, and when I can talk and when I shouldn't. Learning about administration, all kinds of legal information. I've done some extra studying on some of the psychological and counseling resources that are available, and just wow, I'm getting ready to do some more classes coming up next week. So been learning quite a lot, but appreciating, I really value the educators, the staff, from administration to each person who's out there. Guys, you're out there working in the snow for us, helping with students, and there's so much that's going on, and I thank you. I thank you for those who have kept up those meal deliveries going on to our families. There's so much that's happening. Again, just seeing what the teachers are doing, both from both sides of it, from being a student myself to seeing the responsibility of trying to keep a group working well together in a classroom that's like this, a Zoom meeting. So I just appreciate all of you. I want to thank you. Keep it up and continue to encourage one another. As I just really echo what Natalie was saying, reach out. And if you're struggling, if you're hurting, reach out. But we appreciate you, and thankful for a staff that we have here and administrators that really care about students and care about staff. So I think that's all I need to say.
Thank you, Bill. I'll say a few things as far as my my report. It seems to me with COVID, with everything in the past, 9 months, things just seem to be, I don't know, exaggerated. Trying to be, our opportunities to be able to meet with loved ones, it just seems so much more important. The sadness seems just even more sad. There's just a lot of things that have lent to, at least for me, an intensity and emotion. And it's sometimes kind of overwhelming in order to be able to process it all. And knowing how our community is being affected is just very challenging, because there's a lot that we have to contend with individually, and sometimes it's just heartbreaking. I've been keeping up with the news to a certain degree, and in the past week there's been a lot of things in the news that I've also found to be just thought-provoking and upsetting. There was an article in the New York Times that described a surge of student suicides in Vegas, or so in Clark County, prompting the school district to look at accelerating opening up schools. And heaven help us, that we need to make sure nothing like that happens here. I mean, our students are precious. They're precious across the country, but the mental health issues that we are already dealing with, we need to be able to make sure that we take care of our students, because there's a lot going on that we're not seeing, and that frankly terrifies me. And I know that they're trying to get their, nationally, we're trying to get our arms around the statistics in terms of what is happening with mental health. But I firmly believe there is a crisis out there that we're just going to learn more about. And with the sadness that we see on the mountain, this is something that I think we need to make sure that we stay focused on to make sure we're making decisions to help our students as much as possible. Additionally, the CDC did come out. Let me see, the article I have printed out here was from January 26th, 2 days ago. Basically, they feel that it is safe to open up schools following their guidelines. This is at the national level, and there are so many different hoops that we have to jump through in order to be able to look at opening schools. And first and foremost, we need to make sure that our staff is on board with making sure that we're doing it with staffing. But it's interesting to see that the CDC has gone through various iterations, but at this point, with some very strict guidelines, they are in support of opening schools, and they do see and recognize the mental health issues with students. While we have to make sure that we keep everybody as safe as possible, but there will be no guarantees when we open. We're not going to be able to keep everybody healthy all the time. So there are going to be inherent risks. And then another article that I read that, again, kind of reiterated what the CDC had to say is from the American Association of Pediatricians from their journal, a study that shows in-school transmissions of SARS-CoV-2 rare in schools. And what it's interesting reading in terms of student transmission to adults is a lot lower than they had expected. So there's interesting science that's coming out that it'd be nice if we, as a state and the guidelines that we receive, can continue to stay focused on the data that we have while we stay physically safe. So I want to try and keep this. We're going to be talking a lot later on about other reporting. So I think I'm just going to go ahead and close with let's work hard to make sure 2021 is way better than 2020. Happy New Year to everybody. And let's have some optimism and look to making the world a better place over the next several months. Thank you. And Michelle, actually, let me go ahead here. 9.2, Superintendent.
Hi, good evening. Just a couple of things this evening I'd like to talk about. I'm currently attending this week the State Superintendent Conference. It's very different to do it online. I've been in this chair since 8 o'clock this morning, but it's actually, I think, almost better. Like, the learning has been phenomenal and the speakers have been great. I have tons of notes and ideas. As you can imagine, the topic is COVID and reopening schools. Today, Governor Gavin Newsom joined the superintendent's conference and had a fireside chat, which was interesting because superintendents were allowed to question and make comments. So, but in speaking of his reopening plan, you need to know that it is not yet approved by our state legislators. And so there's only one requirement that is currently being enforced, and that's the one to get your COVID safety plans posted if you are already open. Those of us that are not open for in-person instruction have a little more time. So our staff and our principals have been working on that all week. And we're working on that next week. So I'd like to thank the staff and the principals for doing that. Some of the things that are in there are testing cadences, due dates. It is an incentive grant, physical distancing requirements of 4 to 6 feet in every classroom, which would mean looking at a hybrid model K-12. Some of those reopening guidelines for students are elementary can open once your county is below 25 per 100,000 positive cases. And for secondary, it's 7 per 100,000. So that we're looking at, tier colors and guidance. They did say that they thought this week the legislation would approve his reopening plan with some tweaks. They have not settled upon it yet. So they're not quite sure what of his announcement will come to fruition, but we anticipate an announcement now, they're saying, in the next couple of weeks. So it was supposed to be by Friday. And so, as we know, the first part of his incentive grant, schools have to turn in by February 1st if they plan to be reopened this month. And so those dates will probably change. But as of today, out of Governor Newsom's words, that those guidelines are not set in stone. I'm happy to say that we've been working very diligently in our business department to provide testing for our employees. The testing for COVID was supposed to take place this week. We could not do that because of snow. So they're going to do some makeup days in February. Also, we've noticed that the community has a great need for COVID testing, and we seem to be one of the few agencies on the mountain able to secure testing. So they have agreed to do one day for our employees and one day for the community. And so this next month in February, we will have 2 days for the community to make up this week and 2 days for our employees. So we're really excited about that partnership with Tri-State. I'm also very thankful to our county superintendent, Ted Alejandre, who helped me get connected to Redlands Community Hospital, as we will be working through them to provide vaccines to our employees that wish to have them here at our high school. So without having to drive down, they're coming up to us so that when vaccines are released in our county to the Tier 1B group, for those that wish to have it, our employees it will be delivered up here, which I think is great news. Really working hard on these partnerships. I have made these announcements to our employees and seen lots of positive responses to what we're trying to do and provide. I just would like to remind you that, yes, I am still calling snow days. We do still get up at 4 o'clock in the morning and look at our road conditions. We do anticipate doing that tonight at 4 in the morning and looking at our road conditions. But that is because our employees are still traveling to work. Many of our teachers are choosing to work in their classrooms versus work from home. Our classified staff is working diligently at school sites and in their own departments. So we do look at that. We also believe that our students still anticipate and enjoy calling a snow day. We have heard that there is possible changes to those requirements, but so that you know, the state of California does not allow us to have distance learning on a snow day. We have heard there might be some exceptions to that for this school year, but we're still researching that. So I just wanted to thank everyone for all that you're doing to make distance learning a success and engage our students. Please don't forget that we offer Care Solace to anyone who needs it on our website so that you can reach out and get the support and the services that you need. Happy New Year. And again, thank you for all that you do, and thank you to my team.
All right, I'll be giving out the student report for this month, January 28th. Okay, you can go next slide. All right, so this is Lake Arrowhead Elementary, January board update. LAE continues to find ways to connect and engage with our students during the difficulties of distance learning. Our teachers and principal created an ongoing and not exhaustive list of ways student wellness is continuously at the forefront of our planning. The Great Kindness Challenge Week is January 25th to January 29th. LA is extending this into next week during the next snow days. LA believes kindness should be reflected in all of our choices every day of the year. However, we enjoy this focused challenge to bring us together. Mrs. McGovery challenged all students to perform a random act of kindness and send her a photo, as the Talman sisters have done here. They sent eggs to a neighbor during the snowstorm, as well as Cindy giving her dog a bath, which is a photo right here. The elementary principals launched our curbside library this week. Students have tutorials as shown in the photos to assist them with reserving a book through Destiny Discover from Wednesday curbside pickup. So on the bottom left. This is for Charles Hoffman Elementary. This week, CHEs were participating in the Great Kindness Challenge. Each day has a fun theme such as hats, off to kindness, wear your favorite hat. Families have shared their experiences as they demonstrate kindness this week. Second grader Madison Gordon sent this photo so she could fulfill the challenge of smile at 25 people. 25 people here tonight. CHE has, again, curbside pickup. Students and teachers will be able to browse the school library collection, place books on hold, and pick them up curbside at the school on Wednesdays between 12 and 1, coinciding with meal distribution. And then on the bottom right, we have a couple kids cleaning their mom's car after the late snowstorm. Valley of Enchantment. DOE is continuing to navigate the distance learning world very well. Teachers are doing an amazing job delivering rigorous content, Latin lessons while making sure all of our Hawks are doing well. We are making a conscious effort to address the social emotional needs for our students, and that has become an even bigger part of what we do every day. Our latest Kelvin data has both parents and students rating us about 85% favorable in the area of relationships. That's good, but we can do better. Our students are now able to reserve books through Destiny thanks to Miss Nicole in the library. If you haven't checked out her Google Classroom, you should. There are some videos of people reading, you might know them. We're still working on sprucing up the school for the return of our Hawks. Some of our bus drivers and new duties are adding a fresh coat of paint to the hallways. By yellow, hello, I see new breeze. Jim and his guys finished up the bathrooms down by the portables and much nicer and easier to clean. On a sad note, the greenhouse by the butterfly garden didn't survive the snow. But on a positive note, it will make an amazing comeback this spring. I know I don't need to say it, but I'm going to, as will the rest of us, will miss our students. We will, with the help of our extended DOE family, get through this and make it through the other side. Stay safe, maybe play in the snow, make fun, and time to take care of yourself, as we will see you soon. MPH, more positives happening, MPH goals. LCAP Goal 1, instruction, student learning, and professional development. McGraw-Hill history adoption textbooks are in and online. Access is live. We are excited for this new curriculum and all the resources our students and staff can access. Paper, online tutoring available via Students District Google account. Virtual job shadow, career exploration available via Students and District Google accounts. LCAP Goal 2, student safety and PBIS. Okay, now. PBIS Kindness Week, kindness challenges and activities were sent out via Parent Square and Google Classroom streams. LCAP Goal 3, engagement and equity. MPH team attending a virtual county training on engagement, equity, and grading. Next MPH school site meeting will be during February 12th, 2021, 8:00 a.m. And MPH beautification continues. Inside of cafeteria is looking great, working with the library team on a mural. Sorry about my dog. Go away, Gina. No, no. Sorry.
It happens to everyone, Anthony.
No, she wants pets. So, MPH, no. MPH, more positive happening, recognition, and normalcy. Everyday counts, attend today, achieve tomorrow. Positive grades are through A to C, no B's, F's, NAs, or any of that. Positive attendance is 95% or higher. Positive behavior is no assertive or regular discipline. First semester awards are with the principal's honor roll, which is a 4.0 GPA, honor roll, which is 3.5 to 3.9, perfect attendance. And PBIS Counseling Kindness Week from January 25th to January 29th. And MPH picture days will be on February 3rd and February 5th. Eagle highlights, Mountain High School for January. In the middle fourth grading period of the year, we have a new PLC cycle where we are mentoring the kid to his staff, making extra connections and encouraging them to graduate. Fifth year students are graduating now. We are hoping to have our first regular graduate of the year in February. Preparing 6-week cycle interventions, including mandatory study hall during this grading period, and launched the new career program, Find Your Grind. We are doing a drawing every Friday for gift cards to Subway, McDonald's, and Snow Valley based off of weekly attendance and work completion, which is encouraging better attendance. We are bringing on a new consultant who works mainly with continuation schools to bring about majors changes in the next couple of years. We have a social media presence on Instagram that was launched in December to connect with the students. This is the district home choice program, January update. We are exploring opening a virtual academy next year that would be separate site to capture all home choice and long-term independent study students instead of keeping them on the site rosters. We are back at full capacity of 120 students with the teacher overages, so we will not need to be accepting any more students into the program, but the wait list is at 15 students and new demand comes in daily. Our teachers have been receiving PD from our elementary TOSA Claire Tilson, who is now working with them on administrating IABs or checkpoint assessments. 95% of our families are continuing with the program for this trimester and are overwhelmingly happy with the program. So definitely benefits there. This is our update SEL. Civic Mindsets, an SEL company, worked with RHS Teachers Today on January 28th, and we'll be back next Thursday on February 4th to dive deep in SEL. SEL activates and reminders have been strategically added to all staff meetings with check-ins and weekly recaps with Mindfulness Mondays. And don't forget Self-Care Fridays. Mountain Counseling, Run Family Services, school counselors, and guest speakers will do a full day workshop on various student well-being topics on March 29th. And Rem High School General update. Senior class advisors, PTSA, and senior class officers are meeting regularly to develop special senior recognitions. Counselors are beginning to visit virtual classes and meet with students to do course selections in preparation of the next school year. RHS debate team competes virtually and continues to claim a spot on the podium. I was there for that. It was a fun competition. Science Club is planning a virtual coding competition to be held later in the semester. And the floors in the new gym have been waxed and look better than ever. Thank you, maintenance and operations. New bell schedule has been great so far. There's much higher student participation in asynchronous time, and RHS is working on finishing our site COVID-19 handbook. Thank you, everybody. Sorry for the distraction.
Thank you, Anthony. That was wonderful. Okay. Continuing on, we're on 10.0, reports and presentations. 10.1, finance facilities, financial records audit report for the 2019-20 fiscal year. Representative from Aid Bailey, LLP.
Hi, Jordana. I'd like to introduce Shiloh Gorsby. She's partner with Aid Bailey, formerly Vadrick Trine and Day company. And she'll go over the audit that we concluded, and you all should receive them, I think, a few weeks ago, but they were also in your Dropbox as well. So I will send it over to Shiloh.
Thank you, Jenny. Good evening, everybody. Can you all hear me okay? Great. So if you've heard me present your report before, my standard format is I'll go through the results of the audit. And of course, if you have any questions or comments that you'd like to make, I'm happy to take those after I go through that report. So I'll start with the district's audit. If you have it in front of you, this is the financial audit for the district for the year ended June 30, 2020. And page 1 of that audit report is where it all really is. The meat of what we do all rests within those first 2 pages. That's our independent auditor's report. And that's our assurance to you regarding whether the financial statements as presented are materially stated based on our audit. Now, we can provide you with varying levels of assurance on that report. And tonight's report is an unmodified report, which is a clean report, and that is the highest level of assurance that we can provide you in an audit. So it does mean that the financial statements presented here tonight are materially stated based on our audit. One page I do want to turn your attention to before I go through the other reports that are included in this package is page 77. So if you follow along, and the reason why I wanted to draw your attention to this page is, this is a trends page, and I've had the question a lot lately from folks who reside on governing boards such as yourselves. If there's anything in this report that I should look at, what are some of the things and highlights and things I could look at that might give me a broader picture? And so me bringing your attention to this page does just that. So really what it does is it just provides you a very high level recap of 3 years worth of general fund information, how your fund balance looks, how your reserves look. And then it also provides the 2021, and I will emphasize adopted budget information because that's what's available at the time that we prepare this. Your budget has changed for 2021 since then from first interim and probably coming up on second interim as well. So, you know, and it just aligns that information for you in a place where, you know, single page where you can kind of get some real highlights as to how are we doing and how are things looking next year. As you can see with just looking at that, my comments would be, you know, the district, you know, I've been around the district for a few years, so I've witnessed and watched your hard work in dealing with your budget and your declining enrollment. And so I think when you look at that and you look at the past 3 years and see that you guys have managed by getting your budget in balance, not deficit spending over the last 3 years, has been great. Obviously, 2021 presents, you know, its own set of challenges, and there we are back at the tables again, working on balancing a budget. So that's really some of the highlights that I just wanted to bring your attention to there. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to now skip ahead and take you to page 91, because in addition to the opinion on the financial statements, we provide you with 3 other reports that are included in the document, and they're summarized on page 91. So in addition to your unmodified opinion on your audit report, we provide you with a report on the internal controls over financial reporting. And so with that report, we aren't giving you an opinion on internal controls, but what we do is we design our audits to evaluate processes. We understand your controls. We look at those internal controls. And if anything comes to our attention that we consider to be a significant deficiency in those controls or even a material weakness, we would want to bring that to your attention as the governing board. So happy to report that there were no significant deficiencies or material weaknesses that we are reporting for you tonight. The next report relates to your federal programs. This is an opinion on your compliance as well as your internal controls over your federal reporting requirements. And so we list right there about just a little bit under the middle of the page, the federal program that was subject to our audit in the current year, and that's your special education program. And so with that report, it is an unmodified report. So no non-compliance noted with that program and no significant deficiencies or material weaknesses in your internal controls. And last but not least, your state compliance. This is you know, an area where the Department of Education mandates many different requirements that we're required to audit: attendance, instructional time, your unduplicated pupil count, you know, a whole bunch of programs that you operate from the state. We look at those programs. And so happy to report that for all the programs we did audit, that was an unmodified opinion as well. So as you can see, this was a clean report. We worked really hard this year with the district. You know, I got to tell you, it was definitely a different year for auditing. We learned that we can do a lot remotely, but I have to tell you that, you know, even though I'm an auditor in my trade, I enjoy FaceTime and getting to see everybody in person. So I look forward to the day that we actually come back out and audit in person. But there's one other, and I don't know, let me talk about the letter first, and then I guess my question for you, Jenny, would be is should I pause, or am I going to go over the bond report as well? So, but let me go over, I'll go over the communication letter first for the governing board. So, you know, in addition to the bound report that we have, I also provide you with a separate letter. This letter is addressed to you as a governing board, and this letter is, you know, some communications that we think are important outside of the bound audit report itself. You know, there's things that we do that, you know, you can't read about. We have to make sure we're independent with respect to your audit and the folks that work for the district. And so in this letter, we tell you, hey, we've evaluated our independence. Yes, we know we're independent. Other examples are, you know, did we have any difficulties completing our audit? Well, other than the fact that COVID hit, you know, I have to say that was made life difficult, but that's not the difficulties we're talking about here. We didn't have any difficulties in conducting the audit, despite the remote workplace. You know, the district was able to get us everything we needed in order to give our opinion tonight. And no disagreements with management is the other area that we would want to report to you if such disagreements existed. So that letter is for you, and there's nothing there that I think would be alarming for you. So now I'll pause, and if there's any questions on this report, then I'm happy to answer them. Okay, should I go ahead and carry on to Measure W then? Great. So Measure W is also for year ended June 30, 2020. And this report, as you're all probably aware, is twofold. It is a report on the financial statements specific to Measure W. And then it also includes a report specifically on performance, meaning did you spend your monies in accordance with the bond language as approved by the voters? And so the opinion on the financial statements is an unmodified opinion similar to the report of the district. So based on our audit, we're providing you the highest level of assurance that the financial statements for Measure W are materially stated. And I'm just going to point out, and you all probably are aware, you only got a couple 100,000 left in this as of year end. You're pretty much on that wind down path, and you very may well be done with it at this point. And so, overall, I think this audit will also wind down with the winding down of those last dollars. And then with respect to the performance audit, now that, like, as I mentioned, our goal of which is to ensure that you've complied with the ballot language in how you've spent those monies. And so that report is a clean report tonight. We didn't find any non-compliance or non-performance with respect to the spending of those dollars. We also provide you a separate letter regarding the communications that I just mentioned for the district audit as well, because it is its own standalone report. It gets its own separate communication letter to governance, but that letter does pretty much say the same things as the district's letter. So no disagreements, no difficulties. We are independent, and no significant changes in the overall accounting or structure of either the district or the bond report. With that, I will turn it back to you for questions again.
Does anybody have any questions? Doesn't look like it. Thank you so much, Shiloh. Appreciate it.
All righty, take care, everybody. Good night.
You too. Okay. Okay, moving on to 10.2, budget and enrollment report. Jenny Haberlin, Chief Business Official.
Hello, thank you for having me here tonight. This is just a little bit different. It's kind of fun and scary in the same way. I'm glad I don't have to share my screen or anything, because I was getting a little nervous if it would all work. I hear my dogs in the background too. So Anthony, it's all right. I was on mute though. So they don't like it that I have the door shut, that's for sure. So they never want to come in here with me, but since the door's shut, they do now. So anyway, so thank you. I have a very quick report for you tonight. We do have some budget information. A few of you mentioned the governor's budget proposal in January. It is significantly different than what we built the budget on and moving forward. And so with the governor's proposal, that will those assumptions will what we will use when we work on our second interim report, which will be presented in the March audit. So we'll have a more thorough update for you there, but there are several things I would like to share with you. First, our current enrollment, and I know Mark mentioned the declining enrollment, and it seems like that's just a skipping record that we can't seem to get past, and it just repeats and repeats and repeats. But our current enrollment is 2,910 students. We originally budgeted 3,073 students before COVID hit. Now we've talked about this before, we did have a very large kindergarten class last year, and we saw a very small kindergarten class this year. That was part of it, although we did have just folks who didn't start the year off with us. So I think this year, has a little bit more uncertainty on what the 21-22 enrollment will be, because we're not sure how the community will react, what families are staying in California. There is another kind of exodus in California that's greater. The net migration out of California is higher than the migration coming into California. And then also with the low birth rates, it's just kind of a vicious cycle. We're definitely not alone. We're hearing about it in more meetings lately, though. I think because it's not just little small rural districts like ours, it's getting a little bit more news stories. It's maybe on the front page a little bit more. So we're 163 students below what we projected. And that's, I know we're being funded on a held harmless with our enrollment in our ADA due to the COVID-19 pandemic. A declining enrollment would normally be funded on the greater of current year or prior year anyway. So as we move forward, we're always funded on the prior year. We're going to get kind of 2 years benefit of that. I'll explain that more in detail in March. But we really are, that 163 student loss will really be in our 22-23, the full financial impact will really be in the 2023 school year. But we still then have to budget for less students, means less staffing, and other areas than just the fiscal side need to need to adjust to that. We are budgeting for next year 2,797 students. So, and that's about 113 of a decline. So anyway, we do, when we look at next year's enrollment, we do kind of look at our natural matriculation and between the grade levels. So the kindergartners become first graders, sixth graders become seventh graders, et cetera. We do have a higher graduating class this year, so and a lower kinder class, where we see that low that high 8th grade class going into the high school, but then a low 5th grade class becoming 6th graders at the middle school. So we do monitor by grade level also, because we need to be able to staff accordingly, but we also need to see, well, where is our declines going to have the biggest impact? So, and with the lower enrollment, it does change our future projections. So, 2910 really becomes now what we're gauging the next 4 or 5 years of enrollment on. So, kind of has a little bit of a double-edged sword. And then, we'll just, a lot of time, like you said, between January and May, and governors, Jerry Brown in the past, what he said in January, you were really confident there wouldn't be a lot of changes come May. We don't have that comfort level yet between the governor's proposals and how our current governor changes that we'll make. So we have to be prepared really for anything come May, good news or bad news, and know that they'll probably have a lot of differences. So one of the things that's kind of rearing its head in conversations is that the switch to distance learning, traditional public schools like our own, we're getting, we really had to get a crash course in offering a distance learning model. And, we're perfecting it. and we're getting better at it every day. And so will that also change in what we can offer our students, where students may want to go, traditionally a charter school or a homeschool program? If we're able to perfect that, we can offer something like that of our own, and then those families do have the opportunity to participate in the benefits of a public school that they might not have in a charter or another homeschool. So there's just, with COVID, next fall we'll be telling on what really happens. But hopefully, we can just build, and we'll have some silver linings and some good news that comes out of it. So also in your Dropbox, and we talked about the governor's budget, we did just a little handout on kind of a budget 101 and talking points. Wanted to highlight just a few things with what the governor announced a couple weeks ago. It's like, why all of a sudden we have a higher level of revenue that's coming into schools. What really happened in last spring, when the pandemic hit and businesses were shutting down, schools were closing, the stock market fell, the economic outlook was really dismal and really bleak. And so the school district's budgets were built on state projections of really having a lot less income taxes being brought in, which, largely fund education and, of course, property taxes. So as 2021 kind of progressed, the economy did better than originally projected. So we're seeing that impact of kind of the personal income tax, the sales tax, the corporate tax, and the capital gains tax that really just by leaps and bounds, outran the original projections. So that's why we're seeing a doom and gloom a couple months ago, and now kind of reporting some additional income. They're saying that we are kind of in a K, recovery, a K-shaped recovery, where maybe the rich are doing better, and the middle income and the lower income are doing worse. And we're kind of watching those segments of the economy. How will commercial real estate work and vacancy rates work now that we're all doing such a good job working from home? There might be some downsizes in just the facilities. So there's some things out on the horizon that, just like our enrollment, we'll have to just kind of wait and see the full impact of the economy. They're probably the biggest positive is with the extra funds that the state is recognizing due to the economy doing better. We've been talking about having to borrow funds because, the state was funding us on IOUs, really. We'll pay you next year for money that you were expecting this year. And we were gearing up to have to borrow a significant amount of money to just pretty much keep our operations going and to make payroll, and to pay everybody. So with about 7.3 billion of that state's additional tax revenues, they are eliminating a lot of those deferrals and paying school districts on time. It's not necessarily extra spendable money, but at least it's we don't have to go out and borrow. We're not anticipating at this point having to borrow. Then we don't have the interest expense and then the time and money that it would take to start structuring, in essence, like a line of credit that school districts need. We had to do this quite a few years ago, maybe 2012, when they had deferrals again. And, it's just a scary people, we have to monitor cash and we don't want to be put in that position. So I think it's a mixed bag. We'll be sorting out. Yeah, I even have a conference. We're learning everything too, a lot of education, even after being here a lot. We have I'm going to a conference online tomorrow myself to learn more about the budget, what specifically to San Bernardino County and more on the local level lens. But there's a lot of categorical and one-time dollars. There is some ongoing money, but not as much as we would hoped. But at least the zero COLA environment or actual reduction to LCFF for right now is not in the the governor's proposal. So that's all I had for you tonight, unless you had any questions.
Jenny, I just want to say thank you for an excellent audit. I mean, great job. You're doing super. And that's really was a very positive audit. And the fact is, like you say, it looks like we are going to have maybe better than the bad news we were getting.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
The news that we got from the from what you're saying, and we also got from the budget, the governor's preliminary budget, is definitely better than what we were hearing 6 months ago. But it seems still like it's one of those things that, one-time monies. There's a lot of strings attached and so many moving parts in terms of what's really going to be required of us and what we've already spent, and then them changing the rules in terms of what's needed to have on hand. There's just a lot of uncertainty, and it seems like that's what you've reiterated right here. And I like the way that you were able to synopsize it, because there are so many moving parts. I'm surprised you're not bald from pulling your hair out at this point.
And
oh, good.
I was going to say, and then it's really disheartening to hear, that we still are 0% COLA this year, and they're doing like I don't want to say super COLA, but a compacted COLA of 3.84 next year. And we still didn't get COLA this year. And so it's just, and then that awesome, hey, we'll give you $2.8 billion for reopening your schools, but that is still coming out of Prop 98. So instead of outside of Prop 98. So instead of, using that money for classrooms and salary and the things that you need to operate a district, that money was pulled out of that pot and just said, here, we're going to do something really awesome for you. And you're like, well, hell's bells, that was our money. That was our money to help our school districts that you are, quote unquote, gifting to us to reopening. And it's very offensive to hear that kind of, and to see that happening to Prop 98 monies that should not be considered the ceiling, but it is.
And I think it's really sad too, because Prop 98 and the formula that drives how much school districts really, get statewide is meant to be a minimum guarantee of funding. And it's, since I've even been in this position, I mean, there's been very few years where the state has funded above the minimum amount that they constitutionally have to fund us. So when they say that they, fully fund education, well, they're fully funding us at their, statutory, amount that's in the state constitution. And in June, even though this budget is better, in June, to recognize, the deep cuts that were in the original budget, the governor had promised to fund above the Prop 98 minimum guarantee. Well, with his January proposal, he's like, well, I'm giving you more money, so now I'm going to repeal that promise, and I'm still going to fund you at the minimum amount. And then, like Cindy, you said, they're also throwing in a lot of health services like vaccinations and testing and getting, reacting and addressing the needs under COVID. And so, mandating these expenditures that are really health services, but paying for them out of the Prop 98 educational side of the budget, it really should be outside and on another line, because, they're asking school districts to really step up and become, part of the healthcare system, and then using educational dollars that would normally be for the classroom or for operations or for deferred maintenance, and then just say, but we're fully funding you. But then you're having all these added expenditures that normally a school district would never have to spend money on. So, I mean, there's a lot of, probably, news blasts, headlines that sound real positive, and at least it's not a cut, but there's also things that are very disappointing
And
in the budget.
And disingenuous.
Correct. And, and another example is, kind of reminding everyone that the state has paid an additional amount towards STRS and PERS, the, classified members like myself or certificated staff's retirement system, and that's great. We welcomed it, but it was in the June's budget. So to publish that now as look what we've done for you, that wasn't any new money. It's money we've already budgeted since June. They're just reminding us, but I think the average parent at home, doesn't know that that's already been budgeted, and they already had actually 2 years ago had promised to pay down that, but kind of taking credit for it again so I don't mean to be cynical, but it is those little manipulations of some of the sound bites that you hear that frustrate us at our desks, because our narratives become a little different, and the average person's going, who do I believe? They're saying there's not very much new money, but we're hearing this on the 5 o'clock news. So that becomes the hard part, and that's why we try to be as transparent and get as much information out there as possible.
In the second relief package to schools, is that not going out and being dispersed via your Title I?
I'm hearing it still is, and I'm hearing it's about the same as what we got this year.
Okay, that's what I was understanding, but wanted to make sure that I understood that correctly.
Yes.
Are there any other questions? Jenny, thank you very much. Okay, let's moving on to 10.3, student learning and achievement. California School Dashboard Data, Heather Dominguez, Director of Educational Services. Hello, Heather.
Hello, good evening. Nice to see you all in this different kind of landscape. It'll be an interesting way to do this. So I know my audience, I'm talking to a lot of people who have been Zooming all day long. So I hope I'm not one of the ones that Bill was referencing earlier that he was going to fall asleep to. So I'll try to make this as engaging and interesting as possible. My topic is the California School Dashboard, and a lot of changes as we've experienced, changes in the way we deliver instruction. There's also changes in the way the information is reported to our community. So thought I'd put a little picture there of some snow, since I know that's our reality right now, and we'll probably get a lot more than what's in that picture from what I'm reading. Next slide. So I always like to start our conversations focused on why we're all here. And so this portrait of a graduate really depicts what it is that we're wanting to have our outcome be, that all of us working collaboratively and collectively will help instill the traits that we see here in our students that will equip them for college, career, and life. And so we want to make sure that the things that we're doing are contributing to them developing these skills. Next slide. Also, always like to remember what our priorities are as a district. Tonight, we're going to be talking primarily about priority number 1, which is increasing student learning and supporting professional development. Building relationships, we've heard a lot about that this evening in our board's opening comments in terms of the importance of that. And that's why we have that in red, because we feel like all of these priorities have to have that at the foundation, that they are relational in their focus. Next slide. So the dashboard is designed to help LEAs identify strengths and areas of need, so that way we can develop our plan, do, study, act process of continuous improvement. So the goal of the dashboard is to give us information so that we can review the data, we can identify needs, Then we can plan goals and actions and needed actions and outcomes in response to those needs. And then we want to make sure we're including strategies to support our groups of need, particularly our unduplicated students. Next slide. So here is the dashboard from 1920. This was the 1920 dashboard, which was quite colorful and has the various indicators, chronic absenteeism, suspension rate, English learner progress, graduation rate, college and career indicator, English language arts, mathematics, and then our various local indicators. So this is what the dashboard is intended to look like and what it looked like a year ago. But the dashboard for 2020 looks a little different. Next slide. This is the 2021 dashboard, or it's actually the 20 dashboard, which of course is not as colorful and does not have as much information as a part of it. Now at the top of the slide, you'll see a little tab that says more information. And if you click on that, if you're on the website, there is a website that you can go to called DataQuest, and it has a lot more information in it. It's not nearly as colorful or as engaging, but it does give you a lot of information. And I will be sharing some of that information with you this evening, but that is another tab or a source of information that you can go to. But now the dashboard primarily consists of our enrollment, which was from last year, our percentage of socioeconomically disadvantaged students, English learners, and foster youth. Next slide. These are the measures are on the California dashboard. So I'm just with a little bit of a descriptor, and you have a copy of this presentation so you can go more in depth in terms of reading the actual descriptors. I'm not going to read those to you. But the English learner progress indicator, we do not have this year. Graduation rate, we do, and I'll be talking about that. Suspension rate, we'll be talking about that. Academic performance is the CASP information for both language arts and math, and neither of those assessments were performed last year, so we do not have an academic performance indicator. Chronic absenteeism, they have decided to suspend for this school year because of obvious reasons, I think, with distance learning. And we do have information on the college and career readiness indicator, which I will be sharing information about. Down at the bottom is the link for the California School Dashboard. If you do want to go poke around, you can find a lot of information there. That's how you get to the two screens that I showed you previously. Next slide. So the first one is the college career readiness calculation. And these are the components that are considered for determining whether or not students are prepared or approaching prepared or not prepared in terms of this indicator. So you can see that they take into account CTE pathway completion, smarter balanced assessments, and they felt like this year they could give information about that because our 11th graders did take CASP. CASP is administered in grades 3 through 8 and then grade 11. So this year they could use that indicator. Moving forward, we will not have a college and career readiness indicator, most likely next year, because our 11th graders last year did not take the assessment. AP exams, International Baccalaureate, college credits or dual enrollment, A through G completion, State Seal of Biliteracy, and military science leadership. This year, they've added some additional components that I'll share with you on another slide. Next slide. So this is what determines whether or not you are considered prepared for college. If you have met the criteria according to this chart on each of those indicators I just referenced in the previous slide, it drills down to specifically what does a student need to have in order to be considered prepared. This is a tool that our counselors use with students as they're looking at their courses to help them make decisions to work towards them having the necessary elements for being prepared. So this is what needs to happen in order for you to be considered prepared on this college and career indicator. Next slide. This slide is what would deem you as being approaching prepared. So if you have the indicators referenced on this page, then you would be in the approaching prepared category. And then if you are not meeting the requirements on this slide before and this slide, then you would be considered not prepared. And that will have, keep that in the back of your mind, because as we look at some of the data in the next slides, you'll have a background as to why certain students fell into those categories based on what indicators they had met. So the college and career indicator is very complex. It's not like it's just one thing. It's a whole combination of a lot of different things for them to be categorized in that way. Next slide. So this is a snapshot of Rim of the World Unified as a whole, in terms of, this would be a compilation of both our comprehensive high school as well as Mountain High School combined. And it gives you an idea of how many of our students were prepared in 2019 versus 20, approaching prepared and not prepared. And it breaks it down by each of those indicators. At the bottom, you can see the indicators that they're going to be adding to the college and career indicator, which is work-based learning, registered pre-apprenticeship, non-pre-apprenticeship. So there's some apprenticeship components that are going to be added to this indicator, and they seem to keep adding components each year, so which makes it more complex each year. So this is Rim of the World as a whole for both of our high schools. Next slide. This is a breakdown based just on Rim of the World High School. So you can see how the numbers change based on that population, and breaks it down by what. So as we look at, strategies for our LCAP or resources to provide our students, this can be a tool to use in terms of where we can focus some of our energies. Next slide. This is Mountain High School, and some of their indicators, because of their low population, some of the indicators are not measured in the same way, but that's a breakdown of where they fall in terms of the CCI indicators. And if you'll recall, currently Mountain High School is in comprehensive support and improvement, primarily based on the CCI indicators and graduation rates. Next slide. Just to kind of put it in context, I like to make comparisons across the county, because Rim of the World is not in isolation. We have 33 other districts, or 32, I think. There's 33 total. So this gives you an idea of where the districts across the county fall in relationship to the college and career indicators. So you can compare how Rim falls in relationship to our surrounding districts. Next slide. This slide is a graduation rate. So this is our district-wide data in relationship to how many of our students graduated and in what subgroups. Again, this is a combination of Mountain High School and Rim High School together. And then at the bottom, you can see how we compare with the state. Next slide. This is Rim of the World High School, extrapolated from that. So the last slide was both schools combined. This is just the high school, and then shows the comparison, our district and the state, and then the high school standalone, and breaks it down by subgroups. Next slide. This is Mountain High School related to graduation rate. This is an area of concern, an area that we're expending a lot of energy and effort in looking at improving. Next slide. This is the suspension rate indicator. And I've been on a number of webinars this week, and they've talked about the fact that this is one of those indicators that's kind of a standalone for this school year. It really is not comparable to previous years because we shut down in March. I don't like to use the word shut down. We evacuated our campuses and went to virtual learning. We didn't shut down. We were all still very, very involved in teaching kids. And so oftentimes they say, the spring is where we see a lot of those little kiddos, getting ready to go on to the next grade level, and these little weird behaviors come out of them in the spring. So they were saying that, this is not really comparable data in terms of looking from one year to the next, but it does give an idea of where we were suspension rate wise last year prior to the campus closures. And I put the little beehive there with the varying colors because that really represents our MTSS tiers. The green being the tier that what we provide all of our students in terms of support. The yellow being those students who just needed a little extra help. And then the red being those who need our highest level of support. So as we look at suspension rates, this falls right into our goal 2, which is facilitating safe and positive school climate, and our MTSS supports. But this breaks it down by school, the suspension rate, as well as those repeat offenders. So you can see some, how many students were only suspended once, and then how many we have that have multiple suspensions. This is data that our PBIS teams look at as they're considering interventions and things to help support our students on their campuses. And again, there's the comparison for the district, the county, and the state.
So I do have a question, Heather. What is the non-public, non-sectarian schools that's listed?
Where is that listed?
It's fifth item down in the first chart.
That's a really good question. That might be, is that that would be our NPS for our special education students. We do have some students that are at NPS is what we typically call them for the acronym.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I had not seen it spelled out like that, so I am used to seeing NPS.
That's
Next
correct, Heather.
Next slide. So again, just a reminder that the dashboard is really utilized as information to help inform our LCAP. So the dashboard is to identify our areas of strengths and our areas of need. And then we want to look at local data as well, which this year we'll be relying a lot more heavily on local data because we don't have some of those other indicators on the dashboard as we've had in the past. And then the LCAP is our vehicle to help build strategies and actions and services to address our needs. It's interesting, some of the stuff that I'm sharing with you this evening, our LCAP stakeholder group actually has asked for some of this same data when I asked, what are some of the data points that you would be interested as a committee? And some of the things I've shared with you today are some of the things they had asked about. So, and then our overall goal is always to improve student outcomes. Next slide. So I'd like to thank you for your time and attention, and hopefully no one fell asleep. Hopefully that kept you engaged for a period of time, and maybe there were some pieces that you found interesting. So I appreciate your time. Any questions?
Do you feel like when they add in new criteria there that it's kind of like you're aiming at a moving target?
Oh, yes, I feel like we're always aiming at a moving target.
I mean, it's every year a different measure, right? Yeah.
And that's where trying to have really more local measures to look at. Sometimes those in terms of really evoking focusing on where we need to change or make improvements. Our local data often paints a better picture than some of these dashboard indicators. They can give us, some information in retrospect, but are not always as beneficial in terms of planning to be responsive.
Absolutely. And then setting, this is a 5-year plan. Well, if the measure is different every year, we don't really ever get anywhere. So I really think that doing the local ones and having those measures amongst our own programs, that we can hold to them for a while and really give our whole team, but our instructors, a direction on what we're really trying to target, where we're really trying to make improvements, and not it be oh, you missed this last year, but you didn't even know that that's what we were looking for.
Right.
Seems really just ineffective and unproductive using their data really heavily.
Yeah, and they're talking a lot about, in fact, I was in a webinar today and they were talking about CalPads, because really all of our data comes out of our CalPad system, which is the California longitudinal, I don't know the whole title of it, but it's where all of our programs pull from. And some of those more local reports are really more beneficial to look at in some cases. So yeah, there's a lot of data to look at. It's just trying to determine what is the most effective data to focus on to really evoke change. That's where the Kelvin data has been interesting. We just closed our Kelvin window on Friday, and our PBIS coordinator, Cindy Parker Tosa, she has extrapolated all the comments that we got from our families, parents, and staff, or students, parents, and staff, and we're sharing that out with the teams. And so that's very, in real-time data that just happened last week. So we can look at the results of that, and then those PBIS teams can talk about how to be responsive. Our mantra right now is, how are we relevant, responsive, and relational? Those are very important to us in whatever we're doing, whether it's professional development, whether it's looking at data. Are we being responsive, relevant, and relational? And I won't even try to say thank you in some of these. I'm like, ooh, I wonder if I could say thank you in some of these languages, but I'm sure I could say merci or gracias. I could do that, but so thank you for your time.
Thank you, Heather. Something I did want to add, actually, when I went to the Masters in Governance, in the last training I went to, they shared with us that there is at least an iOS app for the California dashboard. So for those of you that haven't loaded that on your phone, I believe it might be for Android as well. But there is an app that we can get that data that's available to us.
Yep, there certainly is. I have it on my phone.
Fantastic.
Yep, it's great. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, setting direction. 10.5 CSBA conference report out. It'll be the Board of Trustees. And so
We have to go back to 10.4.
I think we have, we have a couple of other presentations.
I'm so
gonna
sorry.
Okay, that's
thank
okay.
you.
I'm
I
gonna
wrote
turn
something down. Okay, so 10.4. Let me go ahead. Yeah, Heather, you're going to be back on here. 10.4, single plan for student achievement, SPSA, commonly known as SIPSA, data and status of progress toward meeting goals for all elementary sites. And Mary P. Hank, Intermediate School. Heather Dominguez, Director of Educational Services.
But I'm going to turn it over to the experts in those particular topics, and that would be our 3 elementary principals will go first, and then we'll have Ms. Whiteside from MPH share about what's happening there. So I turn it over to my team.
Marlene, we can't hear you.
How about that?
There you go.
Luckily, I know where that little button is by the microphone, and I've had to use that or teach somebody that several times. Okay, well, good evening, board members and district leaders. We greet you tonight, united in our presentation and in our gratitude for what you do for RIM. And we especially appreciate the board's dedicated example of service to our community and our students. Some of the slides that you'll see tonight will look very similar or portray similar information to Heather's. Isn't that a nice alignment? Next. This favorite slide reminds us of Heather's analogy of all living on our own color of the beach ball. As principals, we feel like we kind of live on this color that aligns with so many others, the school board, our superintendent, district leaders, parents, support staff, teachers, and this color here of students, which is where we really want to maintain a good focus. Next. Here are our SIPSA goals, which align with the district goals. Next. Here's the portrait of the graduate. As elementary principals, we collaborated last summer on creating this and making sure that these were the outcomes that we wanted, not only for our graduates, but for our students at each grade level, of course, developmentally speaking. We utilize this tool in our conversations with our various groups. Next.
We have here 2 quotes to share that we feel capture some of the work that we're doing this year with our staff, students, parents, different stakeholders when we come together and we look at creating our SIPSAs. So the first quote, a key step in any improvement process is an honest assessment of current reality, a diligent effort to determine the truth. And our current reality is always changing each year, but especially so this year. This year has demonstrated a need that as educators, we all need to be ready to pivot and adapt our learning platforms, our instruction, and we have to be able to adapt our mindsets and our educational philosophies as well. The second quote, we don't learn from experience, we learn from reflecting on our experience. The plan, do, study, act. Again, especially so this year with the COVID-19 closures of our schools, going to distant learning platforms. This has been a completely different year for all of us in education. We have never experienced this as well. So we're always trying to reflect on our experiences as we go. And sometimes this is daily, it could be weekly, but we're just trying to reflect and improve to make it the best we can. Next. The continuous improvement cycle, this drives our inquiry process. This is part of our Plan, Do, Study, Act. I really liked Heather's graphics because it's cyclical. We don't stop at one cycle, but we continue to refine as we go along. So as Heather mentioned, we are always trying to be responsible, relevant, and relational within our inquiry process. We want to implement services and programs that are reflective in nature. And it has been especially tricky this year with distant learning as well. So what we do like about this inquiry process cycle is that it encourages a growth mindset. We try to encourage that growth mindset in our students, but also that us as educators, we need to adopt that and continually improve our practice for higher level of student achievement. Next slide. Typically, when we come together to look at revising our SIPSAs, we have lots of different data that Heather touched on, the CASP, LPAC summative, the California dashboard, which we do not have current data for this year. But as an elementary team, we felt the need to link it. We won't access this link here, but board members, you have access to this. The elementary SIPSA data title is linked. So it will contain our CASP data and California dashboard data that was presented last year. So although we don't have that current data this year, we keep that in mind as we are planning services and programs for this year, as far as what those needs were indicated by. Next slide. That was the link. Goal number 1 in our SIPSA, assess and address. Goal number 1, student achievement and high level of professional development for our teachers. So to assist with putting structures in place for both academic and SEL for our students, we first had to look at where we ended last year, March 16th, 2020. Where did we end with our standards aligned pacing guides, where that learning gap began as we entered this year. So we approached the learning gap and the needs of our students with what we call an assess and address. And what Heather referenced was the different types of assessments. And I think perhaps Natalie touched on this too, is that especially in current reality, we want to look at those assessments that are closer to the students, that are happening minute by minute, each lesson, daily, weekly, because those are the lessons that really inform our instruction and the needs of our students to help us put those programs and services in place. So with the learning gap of March 16th, and then putting in place those formative assessments that you can see here, these are some of the formative assessments, especially the checking for understanding that continuously happens in lessons. We're putting structures in place to address the needs of our students. For example, in the address column, those are some ways our teachers are providing supplemental instruction to our students. So in addition to the 2 synchronous times, they'll have additional small breakout Zooms, one-on-one Zooms. Our Title I aides and our EL aides also have separate instructional Zooms for the students. Teachers are inviting students to join their synchronous Zooms early or stay on later to ask questions or receive additional support. Our RSP teachers also have additional supplementary instructional Zooms as well. So some of the ways we're trying to assess those learning gaps and needs and address them within our distance learning platform. Next.
Evening all. This slide is intended to give you a little bit of information about the PD that's going on at every site. It deals with goals 1, 2, and 3. A couple of things we wanted to highlight is that there is ongoing professional development at all the sites. Daily, weekly, monthly, you couldn't even quantify it. These things are ranging from formalized trainings to conversations that are being had between staff members and PLCs. We wanted to also highlight that our site tech people have been doing an excellent job of stepping in for us and clarifying things that otherwise might have held some stuff up. They're doing a terrific job with delivering PDs and answering those questions. We also wanted to touch on just a couple of these things. One, the certifications that most of our staff members have completed in Google Classrooms. And we recently we were working on HyperDocs and choice boards and the Bitmoji classrooms, which seem to be a big hit with our students. Next slide, please. I think it was Jordana when we started this evening, did an excellent job of talking about social emotional learning. So I'm not going to take much time to talk about that. Just recognize that all of us recognize just how critically important this is in our current setting. I agree, and I think we all agree that the idea that this is becoming more and more important, and for some of our children has surpassed the academic portion in importance. We wanted to hit some highlights again here, some of the things that we were doing. The kids seem to love the Zoom art and music lessons and movement lessons. And the theme days are a huge hit. Something about seeing your principal dressed up and your teacher dressed up in a costume or in their pajamas or anything, it just puts a big smile on everybody's face, and that can't be understated in importance. In the PBIS arena, we're focusing on being responsive to our Kelvin data and working on re-engagement strategies for our students that are missing a lot of days. And then lastly, we just wanted to say thank you and mention the addition of the Care Solus. And the availability of that has been fantastic. The response from those folks has been terrific. It has become an essential tool and is really working well for our students. Next slide.
Heather and Bruce mentioned the Kelvin survey, and so we're excited to share this data with you. Last fall, CHE piloted the Kelvin survey, and we were excited with our results, and it rolled out very smoothly. So the entire district tried it, and it gave us some really good information. It turned out to be a great blessing that we started that last year, because this year we're able to have data that we can rely on from 3 different groups: parents, all parents in the school, for the elementary schools, 4th and 5th grade students, and our teaching staff and principal. So on these slides, you'll now see the student summaries, followed by the families, followed by the staff. At the top is the participation rate of that group that took the survey and the change from PULTS number 2. We just completed this PULTS, and number 2 was done last November. You can see that there are 4 dimensions. 2 questions per each dimension are asked. The graph shows that percentage, and then on the far right is the comparison of whether that was up or down from when the question was asked earlier in the year. In the fall, distance learning was not asked, so there is no comparison for that. You'll note that on all of these slides, distance learning is near the end or at the end, reflecting the kind of feelings about distance learning that not only our students, but parents and families have about the way that we've had to teach during this period of time. So Mark, if you want to move through those slides slowly, we'll not talk about all of them in detail, but you can look at them and just peruse them at your own leisure later on. Next. And next. And next. This begins our parent summaries. Next. Next. Something that you can see from all the parent summaries is that, save for one area, they were all down from the surveys that they took in November. I think expressing some fatigue in distance learning, but also maybe the disappointment of not coming back. And even though people were understanding about the holidays and why we couldn't come back, it was difficult for parents who have assumed so much of the teaching role. Next. Here we see our staff summaries. In this regard, I think it's interesting to note how polarized our teaching staffs have become, with those who do not want to come back and those who really do want to come back and who are feeling angst about the style of teaching that we're in. Next. Next. As you can see, there's a lot of data to mill through here and to really talk about with our PBIS teams. We can see that like everything else during this COVID year, things have gone up and down. It'll be very interesting to see our last polls and see where we end up in this year. Next. Bruce, your volume.
Does it help if I unmute myself? My apologies. I'll be finishing us up this evening. This is our comprehensive needs slide. Again, it's by no means intended to be an exhaustive list. It's kind of the highlights. A couple of things that we wanted to touch on was the idea that we are continuing to work on developing more tools and ideas to address the growing equity and learning gap that has been created last year and going through this year with just the joys of distance learning and as Heather said earlier, kind of evacuating the schools in March. The other big area that we are continuing to focus on and looking at is engagement. Student engagement is the key to making any of this work. We are continuing to search for and look for more and better ways to get all of our students engaged. Next. And this last slide, it's just intended as a reminder, guys. This is our why, this is our everything, these are our students. Every decision we make is focused on doing what is best for them. Thank you for your time. And if you have any questions, we'll try and answer them.
Well, thank you for joining us on Zoom.
The joys of.
Thank you for your time.
I just want to say that I love the fact that it's very obvious that the three of you collaborate and share ideas and exchange information. And it's so that when you're on a CHE campus or a VOE campus or an LAE campus, you can see the same focuses, the same drives, the same concerns. It's amazing how similar the Kelvin data is telling the same kind of story on each campus with each of the three groups surveyed. So thank you so much for having that kind of tie and communication with each other, because for me, it makes me feel good that that everything is happening in the same manner for each of our three elementary schools, and that there's obvious intense conversations and communication and dissecting all this data to find out how can we reach our students and serve our students better and take care of them during this pandemic. And so I really appreciate all of that being so evident in this presentation. It makes me feel more at peace, you know? Yay, yes, we're on the same page. So thank you so much.
Cindy, I would piggyback on that, just my inability to be on the sites as much as I was. Principals that have been around for a while are aware that this board was really much more active than previous ones of being on the sites, of touring, of being involved. And I have students at LAE, so I spent lots of time there with PTA and other activities. And I was at RIM a lot because my husband coaches basketball, and not being there, I feel, that disengagement from it myself. And it's good to know that despite me being removed, there are still people amongst the team working together to be on the same page as that, because we don't get an opportunity to see that unless it's during one of these board meeting presentations. So thanks, guys.
And that coordination is evident even down to the virtual backgrounds that you three have.
Thank you for noticing. We value our collaboration, and we want to instill this culture of collaboration across the district within our sites. And we are seeing that within our sites as well. The teachers are collaborating not only within their grade levels, but the the vertical collaboration, but across the campus. And it's evident within our elementary librarians as well. They have now been collaborating to bring the curbside library to our students. They have been working diligently since August together to do this. Our attendance clerks, they're collaborating, trying to systemize what they do across our campuses, our admin secretary. So we're seeing this culture of collaboration within our site and across our sites to better serve all of RIM.
It's just incredibly powerful, and just the Herculean effort that you guys have had to put in since March of last year, changing on a dime and making this all happen, and seeing surprisingly very positive feedback along with negative in Calvin. I appreciate the fact that you guys must have really put that together very quickly because you just got the data, and just the personal relationships being pretty high all the way across the board is wonderful to see. Just that obviously that's a result of the hard work that you've put in along with your staff, and just wanted to say thank you.
The other thing is that we're having all these conversations at higher levels, you know, than our district, you know, county and state, about the whole idea of assessing those gaps, those learning gaps, that learning loss due to distance learning, and then addressing them. And it was great to see it crystallize, like those assessments, those things you're doing every day that are very close to the student, that gives you a picture of that learning loss. And then you guys are like, okay, what are we going to do about it? What can work best in this distance learning model that we have to address all this? You know, we've got all this local data, this school-based data, and which I think is great, because just like Heather said, the CASP is great. It's a snapshot in time, but it was like a while ago. So to be able to, using your word, pivot and quickly address those issues that are coming up, those gaps, because the learning loss to me is so tragic, and lawmakers are talking, and it's like, okay, all this talk, la 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 la. Well, come on, get busy. Let's do something about it, because we know what to do if you will give us the support and the resources to do it. Because in that page that you showed is exactly that. We know what to do because we've assessed it. We know how we want to address it. So give us the silly resources. I almost said a naughty word.
I appreciate the principles. I'm wondering what you're learning about the students that are struggling to participate, the attendance issues, what you're actually learning about them and trying to address those needs.
Bill, go ahead.
I was just going to say, when we look at our monthly data, and we just had to submit that for attendance, I can speak for CHE in that our attendance is good. Of those who are attending are attending well. Our attendance actually right now this month is higher than it was last year at this month. However, the students who are not attending are not attending many more days than normal. And so we're reaching out. Teachers, the principal, the attendance clerks are really working hard on that. The new direction that we got from the state in being able to allow attendance credit for those students who completed the work that was assigned, the asynchronous work, has really helped improve our attendance. And that's a great way of doing it, because even if they aren't attending the Zoom, to be able to complete the work shows that they're moving along and making progress. Go ahead, Bruce.
Yeah, Bill, we're seeing the same things here at BOE. The students that are attending and are participating they're on it. I mean, their participation rate and their attendance rates are fantastic. The mush pot has gone away. You have students that are doing incredibly well, and then you have students with 40, 50 absences. Those kids that are 10 or 11 are almost they're almost non-existent now. And the teachers are reaching out. We're reaching out as administrators. I'm doing personal Zoom calls with kids and their parents. Hey, what does this have to look like? What is this? How can we help? Is just sometimes I think I should get a sign and just put it behind me and say that, just hold it up in every Zoom meeting. But it makes for some interesting conversations and some frustrated folks, but unfortunately, in many cases, we're able to provide some solutions.
Chris, what are you seeing as one of the top reasons for those many absences?
Well, I would say, Cynthia, that there's two that are the kind of top my list anyway. One is people are just burnt out. People are just burnt out on Zooms. And one of the things that we've been working with, all the teachers are on board with it, all the staff's on board with it. It's kind of getting the parents to recognize it. Is every once in a while, if you need to, folks, close the computer and go for a walk. 10, 15 minutes of a Zoom is not going to cause the apocalypse. We're getting some positive responses to that. My message to the parents has been, look, we don't want to be the cause of fights in your house. That is the last thing in the world we want to be. If we need to take a break, let's take a break. And that, as Marlon mentioned, that partial credit, those twos that we can put in and out for the asynchronous work are helping immensely. The other thing that we're seeing a fair amount is to go along with that, just on burnout, is people are just, and it's kind of along the same lines. It's people trying to go to work. We've got a lot of people having to make that decision. There aren't a lot of daycare facilities open. There aren't a lot of spaces available up here on the mountain for that. And it's, do I go to work and bring a check in to pay the bills? Or do I sit at home and make sure my daughter logs in to every Zoom? And that's a tough call. It's incredibly difficult.
Yeah, what do you say to that?
Honestly, that's where we have those conversations about the asynchronous work and completing that, and give us what you can give us. Mm-hmm. We all have to be realistic and recognize that this is not a perfect system. It's not a perfect world, but something is much better than nothing. And again, that change in attendance is a saving grace. It's helping parents, it's helping families, and in all honesty, and we've discussed social emotional quite a bit. It's helping a lot of people not feel like failures as parents. We're getting something. So I think it's getting better. Is it an issue? Yes. Is it probably going to remain one for a while? Unfortunately, I would say yes.
So Bruce, would you say that one of the common denominators, or the main common denominator, is parents not being able to be there with the students, or what else?
I think that's a huge component of it, and just the length of time we've been at this. Everybody, when we first started this in March, hey, we'll start the new school year and everything will be good. No. Okay, we set a reopening date. Stuff happens. No. And everybody understands that stuff happens, and everybody recognizes that it just can't happen right now. But there's a lot of, how many times do you say no before people just stop listening? And it's just a burnout. People are tired. I think everybody, I think everybody kind of dealt with it pretty well from March to June. And now we're headed into March again. And nobody thought that was coming.
Bruce, I wanted to tie the two reports that we just had together. And, when you're looking at a student population where I think it was 59 point something % are low socioeconomic status, the reality of those parents staying home to supervise their kids is slim to none. They need to work in order to put food on the table. So again, education and supervision of education, plus, you know, providing that socio-emotional well-being while the kids at home alone. Our students are home alone. Elementary school students are home alone, and not getting logged on to school and just being missed. And I can't highlight enough of why this is being closed and being closed for an extended period of time is, again, widening that gap, is it's taking those middles out who were the, you know, just naturally talented students, but they're, you know what I mean? They just, the middles have split, and our lowers are getting lower and lower. I didn't mean to say it that way, but you know what I mean? The ones that are suffering more and more, and they're getting less services. So that gap is going to continue to widen. It just highlights that as soon as we can safely open, you know, we all have to support that. Like, it has to happen for our kids, because we're losing a lot of them.
And Natalie, that ties into the data that Tori presented, that there are kids that are getting D's and F's that never, ever, they've only ever received A's and B's. And, you know, it's so, to be honest, all of it is connected. Every student on every grade level is, you're correct, Natalie. There's such a struggle. There's a struggle.
Completely agree, like everybody. It's rough. I'll just leave it at that.
We appreciate what you're doing, each of you individually, to try to help the kids that are struggling, and even to deal with your own emotions. So our little way of saying thank you is hopefully an encouragement to you. Thank you for all you're doing. And please convey that to your staffs.
Thank you, everybody. Okay, so should we moving on to MPH's SIPSA? Heather, is that something that you'll be introducing, or Jennifer was on the call? Jennifer, when you're ready and the slide shows up, go ahead and take it away. Make sure you put yourself off mute.
Awesome. Well, good evening. Thank you for giving us the opportunity to share our SIPSAs and everything that we're working on. We greatly appreciate the support of our board, of our district, of our cabinet, our superintendent. A lot of work by a lot of people. And then also to our parents. You know, as a mom too of an couple of elementary kids, you know, we're appreciative of everything that our elementary schools are doing for our kids, for our middle school, our high school, our continuation school. There's a lot of people trying to come together for our kids, TK-12, and some challenges that our families face as they're trying to make these things happen. So we do hear similar things. So while I'm kind of waiting for that presentation, I can share with you, we do hear similar things at the middle school. And there are times where, you know, families are having to make difficult choices, and, you know, they're struggling with maybe how to support their student with, you know, middle school math might it be. So with that being said, we'll go ahead and get started. I did share the presentation with you ahead of time. I did that just because there's clickable links. So if you wanted to go in and click on those and get more information, that way I could be as succinct as possible. Then if you have any questions. But as you're looking at this first slide, the picture of MPH in the front with the snow, that'll take you to our MPH homepage. The MPH logo will take you to website resources. If you click on Paper is our online 24/7 tutoring that we are offering, as well as the high school. So we're so excited to continue to have that. And it's really interesting. If you want to know more about Paper, I could kind of go on a tangent. I will not do that, but it is exciting to see as an administrator. I can go in and see any student's session and see what they got help with, what they requested help for. And so it's really interesting because as administrators or teachers, you can see what are my students looking for help in. And then if you click on Virtual Job Shadow, the little circle looks probably like a little golf ball from your view. But Virtual Jobs Shadow is really exciting, and our electives classes are continuing to utilize that as part of a career exploration. And so again, that is a clickable link too. So if you wanted to see, you know, what Virtual Job Shadow is and how our students look at that, you can check that out. So next slide. That's us. MPH, more positives happening. I'm sticking with that. Best middle school on the mountain. We do a lot of horizontal, vertical articulation because we are not alone out there, but we do say we are the best middle school on the mountain. So with that being said, again, I just like to always remind of our RIM vision, our goals and non-negotiables, because we do use these as the centerpiece for all meetings. So if that's a grade level meeting, a department meeting, staff meeting, leadership, we use those as the basis for what we're talking about, because ultimately those are our goals. That's our non-negotiables. That's what's important to us. And so as we are also aligned with the district with regard to the LCAP goals in terms of goal 1 being focused on instruction, student learning, and PD. Goal 2, our safe school climate and PBIS, and then 3, engagement. For MPH, we made it 2 E's. We also like to include equity. And then 4 and 5 are things we added on in terms of our legal and fiscal responsibility and how that aligns to what we do for our students. Again, a couple of clickable links in there if you want to check out more details. So next slide. So Portrait of a Graduate, as you saw Mrs. Dominguez talk about something we're focusing in on this year. And we've been partnering with Innovate Ed. And so you can see that's a clickable link as well. You can find out more about them. And so how MPH has taken this on and looking at vertical articulation is how we're articulating not just at MPH, but how we're expanding to the elementaries as well as to the high school. And so our grade level team meetings, our department meetings, our TOSA meetings, everything that we're looking at, we want to look at how are we impacting the next level because we don't, any of us work in silos. So how can we build them up better in 6th grade to get them ready for 7th, to get them ready for 8th, and then for high school and beyond. And so something that we started doing this year, again, we're in the middle, right? We've got our elementaries below, our high schools above. And so oftentimes we're trying to meet the needs of both and connect both. So we started doing monthly secondary principals meetings, elementary principal meetings. We already had our principals roundtable. And again, as our elementary principals were speaking of, that articulation goes a long way, and having common practices where possible really helps unify us. It helps to avoid communication breakdowns or confusion. And so even we were really happy to have our MPH counselor, Mrs. Wary, did a presentation in Principals Roundtable. And I think it's just a really great example of how we try to unify practices, even if it's down to how to use our ARIES system. And so if you click on ARIES, which is our student information system, houses our attendance, behavior, grades, interventions, counseling, health, all of those things are in there, and just kind of unifying some of our practices so that we can better serve students and families with the information that we have. If we know about a need, we want to try to service that need, but if we don't know, then we're looking, and it might take longer to meet a student's need. And so just thinking of those types of things. Along the lines of Innovate Ed, we had Mr. Westover at our most recent leadership meeting talking about culture, climate, capacity, and coherence. And it was awesome to see MPH teachers talking about how they wanted to meet the needs of students and thinking about how our next year's kids are going to be 8th graders who saw us for part of a year, 7th graders who have never seen us in person, 6th graders who have never seen us in person. And so I'm encouraged by my teachers who wanted to take the reins on this and say, how are we going to make next year different? So that we can really show our MPH family, our mountain community, how much we love our 6th through 8th graders, and that we recognize the challenges, but want to be there for them. So really exciting things to come. And we were talking about that again today in grade level meetings. So more to come on that. So next slide. So the next 2 slides just break down the fiscal revisions to our SIPSA, just sharing those with you if you had any questions at all. So our changes this year, we did take Renaissance Place on as a site expenditure in the areas of Star Reader, Star Math, and Accelerated Reader. Those are great diagnostics, and as you heard our elementary principals talk about with regard to those assess and address assessments we were doing at the beginning of the year, trying to assess the capacity of where our students are in terms of any learning loss. Because we tried not to say learning loss, right? But at the same time, we recognize that there have been some challenges. And so using diagnostic tests that give us the opportunity to see where are our students coming in at, so that we can, again, see where we are with standards alignment and how we can best support them, meeting them where they are. And so that one, again, is grades 6 through 8. Next one is a focus on 1.1. And so when you're looking at the goals for MPH, all the goal 1 is all about instruction. And so you'll see 1.1 is English, 1.2 is ELD, 1.3 is math, and so forth. So whenever you see the 1, you know it's instruction, and then the point kind of leads you to a department. So English, kind of the focus of this slide. Our English department started utilizing vocabulary.com as a resource for student literacy and academic vocabulary. Had a lot of positive feedback from our students on that. So that was something we wanted to move forward to be able to give a site license for, not just for English, but as English pushed it forward, we did put it in that section of our SIPSA. But this is a site license for students grades 6 through 8. Again, for that support, vocabulary, academic vocabulary, and some different online software resources that are available there. Next one is quizzes, again, requested by our English department. Quizzes is an engagement assessment website, if you will. So basically, our teachers can generate their own quizzes. They can utilize quizzes that are already made, but it pulls the students in because you can see your score. You get certain points for, getting, the answer faster, some of those trivia games you might see out in restaurants in the past. Anyhow, so kind of different ways you can use quizzes, and they really like that as a quick engagement strategy, a quick check for understanding, and our English teachers did ask for that as a resource, again, based on feedback from our students, and again, the teachers' feedback that it was really helpful in terms of those checks for understanding. So, next slide. So our next two, and the only other two that we have in terms of revisions to our SIPSA, WeVideo. So this one is 1.7. If you're looking in our SIPSA in its full version, 1.7 is going to be all of our electives. WeVideo was specifically requested by one of our electives teachers who does all of the communication and design, RIM reporters, and yearbook classes. So for the cost of $800, this was meeting a need of online video software that students could easily manipulate and could work with Mr. Jackson on. And so they're excited to start using that as soon as this gets approved, should we be so fortunate. So, and then when you look at 1.7 and you see again electives, you might be thinking, wow, that's a jump in financial support for your electives curriculum. We wanted to jump up that electives curriculum support because we have, as you'll see in another slide, we have purchased curriculum for our math department. So math has newly adopted curriculum. History just got theirs in, and we're so excited. We just got our online licenses on Monday. Science is online with STEM Scopes. And English is about 2 to 3 years out with the new adoption. So we have great new books that are online just in time, obviously with the distance learning platforms, great online resources. But electives oftentimes, they don't get an adoption of a textbook, and they don't get these resources that are ongoing. And our electives team got together at the beginning of the school year and basically purged their classrooms to make kits for our kids at home, so that they could give what they had so that students could do their art projects and different things that they were working on at home, whether it was color pencils to paper, they purged their classrooms. And so to, again, support our students first, right? So to support them with replenishing some more of those resources and getting us ready for the 21-22 year, whatever that might bring for us, we bumped them up in terms of their ability to get some more of those hands-on resources for those electives classes. So I have a few more slides on some positives, but thought I would pause for a moment in case there's any questions on any of those software pieces. Crickets. Okay. All right. So let me know. It's hard. I'm kind of like looking at all the faces. All right. So next slide. So like I mentioned to you already, more positives happening. Those pictures are all clickable. So if you wanted to know more about curriculum that we either have had for a little bit or have just adopted, you can check those out. Went through a great process with our TOSAs. We love our secondary TOSA. Mr. Wallace has done an amazing job working with our teams to provide access, work with them to get them training. And then as you see a clickable link there, Ed Reports, that's a place where you can go and see, and our teams went and saw how these adoptions or how these curriculum were rated, basically in terms of their use in other districts, what resources they have. And so that was another great resource to look at to say, you know, how could this best meet the needs of our kids? So again, clickable links, you can check those out if you want to know more. Again, former history teacher right here. So I'm super excited. I saw all the history books come in and it's like, I wanted to hug the book. That's weird. Okay, click, click the slide. All right. Again, more positives happening. Wanted to just tell you a little bit about what I don't know if bragging is the right word, but I'm going to do it, about our core teams. So they've been working on assessment calendars. What does that mean? So another word for scope and sequence, pacing guide. How are we chunking our standards, our content aligned standards with our curriculum into manageable units and then giving assessments? Well, we have been so thankful to have new platforms to do that and the resources to do that. And so our departments have been devoting every department meeting every month at building these assessment calendars that include the differentiation, the standards, what tests we're giving, just better aligning. Now we started that work last year. And so we were actually kind of sad that we didn't have state testing. I know that's not something people usually say, but because we had done so much work last year that we were like interested to see, because we had gone from CSI to ATSI and we were just trying to get out of those assistance type of identifications. And so, hey, maybe we're just going to be delayed a year. We have done so much work on these assessment calendars and trying to plan and modify and adjust. And it's just been really encouraging to see what our teams have made that are very uniform in terms of, if you looked at it and I opened up one of those assessment calendars for you right now, you would see, oh, this is what they're covering. These are the resources they have to cover it. This is the assessment that they're checking for understanding. And then this is like follow through in terms of reteacher intervention. And along those lines, we've had some great professional development. Our name of the game this year has been access to curriculum. How do we provide that equity with regard to accessing curriculum? So we have been working with the county through Universal Design for Learning, which is just phenomenal. If you haven't experienced it and learned more about removing educational barriers and recognizing that our students come to us with different capacities from different places. And so how we look at UDL and access to learning, we've also brought in the county for EL supports as we've been trying to, again, improve it and boost our EL supports and services. And then also our special education. So as we look at equity, not just if you have a program identification, like for example, if you're EL or have a 504 or an IEP, but also, you know, sometimes we have students that maybe they don't have a program identification, but I see a need and we need to fill it. And we need to make sure that kids have access to curriculum. So our PD this year, I've been really encouraged by where we're going with that and how it aligns to the assessment calendar work, right? Because as you're building, what does your year look like if you're a 7th grade history teacher, world history? It's not just the standards, it's not just the textbook, it's not just, you know, the supplemental materials, it's how you make it engaging, it's how you provide access to kids, it's the full package. And so it's something we've been highly focusing on. Along with that, looking at that engagement, social, emotional, and even grading practices. How are we looking at that mastering standards are, you know, representing the merit of our kids and what they've been working on. And so we have had some professional development on social emotional learning. We have a ton of resources. We do Thriving Thursdays. We get a lesson out to staff every Thursday, a lesson out to students every Thursday. We have Care Solace. We have been utilizing the distance learning playbook, the social emotional learning playbook. If you haven't seen that one, by the same company, Corwin, really great strategies on how we're meeting social emotional needs. And then also, if you're familiar with AXA, they've been doing some great things on leading with equity. So that's just a few pieces with regard to equity, engagement, and SEL. Next slide. And so this goes a little bit deeper into our social emotional counseling and PBIS. Very, very proud of our counseling team, our PBIS team, and the efforts with our social emotional across the board with our teachers and our aides reaching out and supporting students. So we actually have 2 documents that you could reference. One is our student wellness document, more focused on some of the counseling supports with regard to Care Solace, how you schedule a Zoom with a counselor, you know, because we do get those Kelvin updates that say a student would like to speak with an adult, and we do follow up on every one of those. You building into our Thriving Thursdays. And you can see all of those supports really comprehensive if you click on the student wellness link, which also ties into PBIS. So for the last few years, you've probably heard me talking about our positive school culture plan. And we usually do a positive school culture parent night at least once a year, where we go through and we talk about, what are we doing here? What does tier 1 look like for PBIS? What does tier 2 look like? And while I know we're in a virtual environment, and in tier 1, the kids usually like to save their lion loot to get Mrs. Whiteside to run their mile. I'm trying to figure out how to do that virtually. I am slower these days, so maybe that's a good thing. But having those tier 1 things that kids are excited about, and then tier 2, we've recognized obviously interventions for discipline related things are clearly down. And so we've kind of focused our PBIS tier 2 interventions to attendance and chronic absenteeism that we're recognizing, making sure people have resources. Is it the Chromebook? Did the Chromebook break and you didn't know how to tell us or what to do about it? No, we want to solve those problems for you. We want to help you get a hotspot. We want to figure that out so that you have access. And so anyhow, with PBIS also having like Kindness Week this week or Bully Free Week in the fall, and having incentives and exciting things going on with that. So I get really excited. If you click to the next slide, you'll see an example of one of our awesome counselors. She created a Bitmoji. And again, we're real big on this whole clickable slide thing, right? So you can click on all these different pieces and go to different portions of the guidance website for MPH, whether it's accessing a quick link for Carasolis, or it's, I think if you click on her laptop, that's where you get her Calendly to set up an appointment with her. And again, just having someone who the kids, as they're not connecting with each other, sometimes she'll even get students that just need to talk, and have that opportunity to see the counselor. And so it's really exciting to still have those things happening. And I know I can speak for her in terms of it filling her heart with joy, just when she can see that she's brought up a student's day, especially because we miss our kids. It's different right now. So next slide. So you saw this slide from our student representative. Thank you so much, Anthony. We appreciate that. Next week, we're excited about, we have a Parent Square going out tomorrow, just as a reminder for our families. A little bit of recognition and normalcy. We've kept up with our everyday counts, attend today, achieve tomorrow, in terms of our positive grades, attendance, and behavior. As well as this would normally be when we'd have our first semester award ceremony. And so even though we can't meet with our students, we didn't want that to disappear. So they will be getting a notification by their period 1 teacher next week if they are principals honor roll, regular honor roll, perfect attendance, or any of the everyday counts. Mrs. Wary will also have available, she's got some Kindness Week challenges, and she's going to have some recognition available for student pickup. And then of course, that's also aligned with our picture days. So we're excited to to recognize our kids and also give them a little bit of normalcy, get their picture taken. And we worked with Schoolhouse Photos to get their IDs made as well. And we thought, hey, what a historic event. On the MPH ID this year, it'll say at MPH, you can do virtually anything just for the 2020-2021 school year. So, save it, show their grandkids, whatever they need to do. So next slide. And then kind of wrapping it up here with our beautification. You probably heard us talk about this, but we call it going to the classy blue. The old blue was fine, but we like our classy blue. And so if you walk up to the front of MPH, you see that we just got to give a huge shout out to our custodians, our security, our bus drivers, maintenance department, Mr. Zimmer, helping us out with acquiring paint, getting resources. Come into our cafeteria. I don't know how well you can see the picture, but if you're familiar with being in there and those ugly brown slats at the top, I'm not judging, but they were full of staples. So I am judging a little bit. All the staples are gone. We got a paint job, we're clean. And there's a picture in my office of the last staple that was taken out. We laminated it. And as a reminder, please don't put staples up there that we can't reach. So lots of projects underway. We've done the gym floor, we've done the stage floor, front of the foyer. We're going to be working on the back of the foyer in terms of the entrance. We've got plans. And so if there's any positive that we can find in any of these situations, which we try to do because we're MPH, we try to always find those positives is, we've had a chance to beautify our campus. We've had a chance to dive into new technology. We've had a chance to learn different strategies. And I'll just say, like, with regard to engagement, middle school kids sometimes don't want to raise their hand, not even in class. How do you get them to do that in a Zoom when everybody's looking at their face? And it's been a really cool thing to watch our teachers come up with different strategies to make kids feel more comfortable. Something as simple as, hey, throw it in the private chat, because no one's going to know if you got it right or wrong. But then as a teacher, I'm going to say, hey, Jen, you got it right. I'm so excited. Did you want to expand on that? And then now as a 12-year-old, I already know I'm right. So when I unmute and I start talking about it, my confidence is already lifted. And so to see our teachers trying these different strategies, or saying, let me put you in a breakout room first so you guys can talk about, what answer you might come up with as a team. And then you can come back, put it in the private chat. Again, we're all about building that confidence and their ability so that they can thrive. And so even again, challenges, there are definitely some positives we've seen. And even sometimes some kids who might not normally say anything in class, who now have felt empowered because they were able to kind of feel it out and feel more comfortable. So I will leave it at that. Thank you so much for the opportunity. I get really excited if you've seen me present about MPH before. I love our school. I love what our people are doing. You have teachers full of love and care. And I said that was the last thing, but I'm just going to drop one more on you. I got a contact from from a parent the other day who came from Texas back to California. And she said, started talking about her son struggling with math, and that the teacher stayed with him, set up an office appointment with him. And she said, the way my son looked after he walked away from that asynchronous office hours with his 6th grade teacher was like, she says, my heart filled with joy. I knew I made the right choice. I came to another family, community-oriented place. And I was afraid, coming from Texas, would it be different? What might I see? And she said she made the right choice for her family, and that MPH was taking care of her. So we don't always get to hear the positive stories. So if I could share that with you and take a little bit more of your Thursday evening, I appreciate it.
Thank you so much. That paint job looks great.
Yeah, Jennifer, we used to, just like at the high school, we used to call that the Smurf blue. I thank you so much, because we talk about all the time that like you said, we're the middle school, and sometimes there needs to be more focus on all the exciting changes that have occurred all these years, the changing culture and climate, the focuses, the programs, and I have an honor of sitting and observing your site council meetings, and it's the work by everybody and the collaboration is really nice to see. And it keeps growing every year. I really love the vertical articulation that you've created between the elementary and the high school, especially the high school, because that's been, part of the SIPSA for the high school forever, is having that vertical articulation. So it's really nice that it's in practice and it's scheduled. It's not slipping through the cracks. And so that's what I appreciate, is that this is a very well-defined plan of who MPH is, where we're going, how we're going to get there, and the new things every year that keep getting added to address, whether it's a culture and climate or reading or math or whatever it is. It's really nice to see every year this presentation has those little new elements to it.
I would like to add something a little bit about culture and climate. I have 2 middle schoolers now, which I've never had. They're new to the district. They're new to my family. And they felt, even in this Zoom environment, welcomed and taken care of immediately. And I've also, again, you hear so much about middle school being this transition period where kids don't want the parents involved and parents are trying to give some of that freedom. And I think now navigating that in the COVID time is even harder. But when there have been concerns, teachers have reached out to us directly still. And I absolutely love that, because I felt, or at least I perceived the way I had heard from families in the past, is that teachers weren't communicating out to parents. And that has not been my experience at all with the teachers at MPH. So I'm proud to report that from my own personal experience, is that there is a lot of the relationship building is still occurring. It's occurring for new students new to the district. They're still connecting even via Zoom, and that parents are reaching out, or excuse me, teachers are reaching out to parents and families directly, maybe even more so. Maybe they have more availability or more time, or feel like the access is a little bit easier now that we're all expected to do it virtually. I don't know, but we're definitely getting the relationship piece and the communication piece, which for me, that's the foundation. If you don't have those things, you're not going to want to learn or care to learn or feel safe to learn or safe to participate. Like you were saying, Jennifer, like if you don't have those relationships, it really stalls any academic progress. So I'm seeing great stuff, and I appreciate all the work you're putting into that. Thank you.
Jennifer, thank you. I appreciate the attitude. The attitude is so critical, so important, and especially with middle school students. So thank you for that. I will have to confess that a little bit of my ADD side kind of took over earlier when I was going through and clicking on the links and on. I said, oh, I've got to get back to getting prepared. So, but thank you for that and all that. I was wondering just a little bit if you can talk a little bit about the breakout groups and how those work.
Great question. And the breakout rooms, it can be different from one teacher to another in terms of how they utilize them, and the monitoring system. So in fact, a teacher and I were actually talking about a recommendation we have for Zoom, and I don't know if they would take it, but just that once the breakout rooms happen, you're not in all of them. And normally when you're in the classroom, you can see the groups working collaboratively, and you can kind of, okay, I know I got to keep an eye on, okay, they needed help over there, but you're still talking over here. And so we thought, I wonder if there's a way for Zoom to show you little snippets of the breakout rooms, so that as you're jumping into them as a teacher, then you could kind of monitor, okay, they still got it. They don't need me. I'm going to jump over here. They had a question. So, recommendation to Zoom out there. I'm sure they're listening to me right now.
Give that to them, because they actually are listening to things like that, and they do have some tools to try to help that out. So give that to them.
Okay, I'm going to get on that, because we thought of it today and we thought somebody else must have thought of this already. But then, so it's interesting because depending on the independent or the group task, you can see that teachers will take a different approach with it. And again, sometimes even the dynamic of that period, you might think of, okay, am I going to send them in individually with the task? Am I going to send them in individually and have supports with the task? And then that's also where paper can come in. I know that, and again, shout out to our high school and Ms. Burke and Mr. Hartramp doing an amazing job, love articulating with them. I think their English team, I don't want to speak for them, but something we tried to model after them, because we heard they were doing that, was send them into a breakout room and also let them have paper open, because you can submit your essays to paper and you can have revisions and recommendations for improving your essay. And so that's where they could use the tutor and their classmates together to, work on, let's say, for example, an essay in English. And so, again, the breakout rooms can be used differently, but it's exciting to see it used as a confidence builder. So, going in with a task, getting direct instruction before you jumped in there, and then having the teacher jump through. You can also broadcast messages like, hey, just a reminder, this is the Google resource in your Google Classroom. This is where it's at. If you have questions, make sure you private chat me. And so in some ways, some things we could get to as educators faster than even if we were walking, from group to group, because you can get information to them simultaneously. So I hope that helps.
Yes, thank you. I appreciate that.
One of the things with both the vertical articulation, working with all the different administrators, and also just your final photos with showing, the work that the classified staff has done to beautify campuses. One of the upsides of the forced evacuation has been just all of the coming together we've had in the district to try and do what we can with what's available. And just the working together is really beautiful. I really appreciate the effort you've put into building up those relationships outside of MPH to try and make sure that you're doing everything you can as a school to better serve the students. So thank you. Is there any other comments or questions for Mrs. Whiteside? All right, then, well, thank you. Wonderful presentation. Now I'll move on to 10.5, setting direction with our CSBA conference report outs. We had our California School Board Association annual conference virtually last month. And those of us who were able to attend, this is our opportunity for the governing board members to share some of what we learned at the conference. So I'm going to ask, let me see, Cindy, are you willing to go first here with the reporting out?
All the time.
I had a feeling, so if you can take it away, Cindy.
Okay, so there were, of course, it was a different conference. It was held virtually. It was, a couple classes. It was kind of a shortened time too. So and we were told that in the regular conference, if you walked into your workshop and you're like, oh, no way am I staying in this one. This isn't even what I thought it was. You could just go to your second choice. Well, we were supposed to be able to do that. And I entered one, and then I went to change the workshop class and I couldn't get in. So that was a lie. We were deceived by that. But so one class that I took was COVID-19 Rebound, Reboot, Reinvent District's Data Culture. And what was interesting about that is a district, this particular district, was it Santa Ana? Anyways, they are looking at, just like you heard from the elementaries, that there's more and more data that's being looked at. And especially at COVID, the learning loss, what the academic needs are, the social emotional learning, climate and culture pieces, that data. So with all of these different pieces of data, how do we effectively, as Heather said, take what's really important and start coalescing plans about it, assessing and then addressing. And this particular district, what they've done is create a data hub, and they put all of their data components into Data Hub, all this disparate data. And that way it's all in one place and anybody can access it at any time and not have to go out to separate links or separate pieces. It's all contained in this one spot. So what they really are looking at with all this data collection is that they're discovering that the why we're doing things is the same, but how we're doing them and what we're doing for the students and addressing all of these pieces, the academic, social, emotional, the learning loss, all that is changing. And how are they using this data to really drive that discussion and then driving the actions that they're taking to look at it. The elementary, that's why I think the elementary page where it really listed assess and address really spoke to me, because I'm like, this is exactly what was in this class. And what are we going to do about it? And this district is kind of taking that assess and address even during COVID even further by putting together what they call a cost team data dashboard. It's a coordination of services team, what they call that's the acronym COST. And this team, they look at these different areas of concern: attendance, behavior, and competencies in reading, English, and math. And the team consists of like a site administrator, school psychologist, school counselor, teachers, nurses, therapists, etc. And they're really really looking at the data. They do a monthly review of all that data that's sitting there all centralized, and they're identifying the students are at risk academically, social, emotionally, whatever. And then they link the students to the most effective interventions and supports. And with that, they're really, really going into the tier 2 and tier 3 interventions. What Heather kind of talked about is the MTSS. And they're determining whether a particular program is going to be good for the kids, or if the program now, especially now with COVID, has to be changed a little bit to address what's going on right now with the kids. And they also discovered that they used to do their on their course, their class cards, the course things. When you do the classes and you put the students from the 3rd grade to the 4th grade, or online, everything is online now, so that they can effectively balance the classes in terms of student needs. And it's all based upon what this data is saying. And it's pretty cool how they're really trying to be much more efficient and really, really targeted in what that data says to them and how they can be more effective in getting the kids what they need. The other one that I did was COVID-19 FAQs for governing board members. And that Keith Bray, the CSBA attorney, really had a lot. It was CSBA panel. It was all about returning to school, balancing safety within the need to get the kids back into class for in-person instruction. But as a board, how are you going to do that? He also went into the changes in the Brown Act that we all are aware of. We can do Zoom now, as long as no one is in your room when you're doing closed session. And there was a large section about special education and going through the potential liabilities during COVID, because the services, it's a challenge to get the services in the IEPs handled in a timely fashion in accordance to their IEP. So he really, I'm not going to bore everybody. I'll send out, I downloaded all the presentations. Special education was a huge topic of conversation. How can we service the kids, and what are the pitfalls that COVID's creating for us? Then I attended COVID. Apparently, it was all about COVID and equity. COVID-19 revealed inequities. How will we mitigate the negative impacts and address identified barriers moving forward? And this particular workshop really went into. We always knew that there were inequities in education. And whether it's because of low income, the color of your skin, whatever. But they're really finding that COVID is disproportionately impacting Latino communities. They are getting COVID at higher rates. Their mortality rate is higher. And because the Latino population really has a lot of their employment in service industries, which put them at most risk. And they went into the statistics about like 40% of Latino parents report having trouble paying for their rent or mortgage. And the statistics were just heartbreaking as you go through how the Latino community it has been so severely impacted by COVID-19. And what is also being found is that these learning loss, I know Jennifer doesn't like that word, but the learning loss that's happening right now is exacerbating these achievement gaps, especially for the Latino, the Hispanic ethnic population. So it went into what can be done. Well, part of it is at the state and federal government. Like, what are we going to do to put policies and financial support and other supports to these families that are the families? And then what are we going to do for the students? And some of these things are, provide more support for student social and mental health needs, provide teachers with resources that show them how they can make virtual engagement instruction effective. I mean, they went through this entire presentation about how can we solve this equity issue that COVID has exacerbated. And it went into how to rebuild through an equity lens, what kind of supports you can build for your students, what kind of professional development you can put into place for staff and teachers, that when you start to transition into normal, what are we going to need? Because it's not going to just, when we open the schools, we know that there's going to be such huge needs. We're going to be expecting, behavioral problems with kids on campus again. How are we going? We can't just refer them to the front office all the time. How are we doing this? And how are we prepping the teachers to transition? And they talked about, just that whole issue of making sure that these supports, when the kids are actually back on campus, are strengthened and don't die, so to speak, at the end of the year because, COVID money ran out. That this needs to be long-term. We're talking years of support for the kids, and both academically as well as the social emotional supports. And taking it just out of Prop 98 is not all the solution, Jenny Haberlin. That is one thing that we have to keep talking about, is that these things, especially the social emotional learning, those are outside, those are mental health monies outside of Prop 98, mental health services, that this really needs to go further than just, COVID money. No, it has to be further than that. And so some of the other ways that we need to look at is really making parent education, teaching the kids teaching families how to access and use the ARIES portal. Continuing that professional development for teachers that is really based upon what the needs of the site and the data at that site is saying, as well as the district level. And I thought that the training for parents was really cool, really scheduling focused trainings on how to teach parents how to help their kids, how to read ARIES and use ARIES, and to have a voice in what is happening at the district level as it prepares to transition into normal and beyond. So that was pretty cool. And then this one I know Jordana went to because I do. Before I touch on this, I did go to the delegate assembly. I'm on the delegate assembly, and we talked a lot about the policy platform that was revised. And a lot of it is about funding, of course, fair and full funding, providing the funding outside of Prop 98 for like broadband, in the high-speed broadband internet service, that we put money into that infrastructure so that kids don't constantly drop out of the classroom because they have no more connectivity, that we pursue the fair and full funding. Jordan, you are always into that initiative, that we go for that, that we continue to push for more Prop 98 money so that isn't the ceiling, but it's just the floor. So I'll send you some of the documents from that, but it was really exciting. It was Zoom. It was a very long 2 days of delegate assembly, but it was really exciting information. We are not alone in our declining enrollment. We're not alone in student mental health issues. I mean, massive need for social emotional learning and the professional development for teachers and staff that go along with it. We're not alone in any of this declining enrollment and nothing. Which was sad to hear, but also a relief that you could lean on from Lucerne Valley or another school district, and you go, we have similar issues. Yay for us. And then the last workshop that I want to talk about, which Jordana, I won't talk about the whole thing because you're going to talk about it, is the accurate and equitable grading system. And what that is, it was an interesting discussion because because it really talked about how the grading, how grading as we currently know it developed it more as like an efficiency model to get, okay, like a machine, this came out of the industry revolution, right? And so it was like a way to get kids evaluated in that kind of mode and process. And does it really work? You have kids that have all these advantages in life. Maybe they took a biology class at a community college in after 10th grade, and they go into AP Bio and they're up here. And then another kid comes in with no advantage whatsoever at this level and has to grow. But we grade averaging over time instead of looking where is the growth and grading on the growth and the most current performance tasks, so to speak. And it was interesting to listen to this district as they struggle to redo their grading policy to become more equitable, more fair, taking out the biasness that can occur in grading. So, this is how we grade, and this is how a student should behave in the classroom. And if a student doesn't behave like Marsha Brady in the classroom, then that student's going to I'm going to have a worse perception of that student than another. I want the Marsha Brady's. Now, I'm just paraphrasing, but that there are expectations by teachers of what a student is and how a student will perform, and some of that creates confusion between classes. One class may accept late work, one class doesn't, and it becomes part of the grade. One class can give extra credit, one class does not. So that confusion, the students know, they feel, they get it. And especially if they have older siblings that they've heard talk about, teacher X, and they get teacher Y, and they're like, well, wait a second, that teacher gives extra credit, so we can bump up our grade. So in trying to make it more accurate of what a student has actually learned was a real uncomfortable conversation for this school district, really challenging. What they did is they did a pilot where they really took a core group of teachers to explore this process, lots of, support and development and collaboration. And soon they found that in using what they call the 3 pillars of equitable grading, which is grades are accurate, reflections of a student's academic performance, grades are bias resistant, counteract institutional biases, and prevent our implicit biases from infecting our grades. Grades are motivational, build students' intrinsic motivation and sense of efficacy. Using those 3 pillars, what they found is that the students, their grades were reflected in the SBAC test scores, and that there was less stress in the classroom. Kids were less stressed. There wasn't such conflict between the teacher and the student and the parent and the teacher. And so it was very interesting. I'm not going to go over more because Jordana is probably biting at the chip, aren't you? You're like, yes, pick me. I want to say something. So, but what they took out of the equation is that the grades don't don't incorporate participation, Did you raise your hand? Did you participate in the discussion? It took that out. They created a rubric instead of the 0 to 100% scale. They got rid of extra credit, no group grades, and the performance on the homework. And they really took a look at how they assessed and then took the most recent assessment to really look at the growth of the learning of the student. So it was an interesting conversation because I'm sure it created some real controversy when they took this on in terms of equitable grading policy. So I learned a lot though. I mean, I really learned a lot in terms of how, whether we realize it or not, we do have that picture of the student, what a student is, and how we grade that student on their work, and it's passed on and on and on and on. And how do you break that, knowing that kids do not have equitable resources to go into that classroom or support them in that classroom. So it was really, really an eye-opening conversation. So I did those classes. I think I did one more, but it was the arts, and I'm not blowing it off, but it was just like, oh, that district has they're in a place where they can have many, many different art supports and we don't. Okay. This is one of those workshops I would have gone out of because it's not working for me. You're not giving me anything I can't, so there you go. That was my experience, but I love delegate assembly. This year was really, ooh.
Thank you, Cindy. Natalie, why don't you go next, please?
So unfortunately, one of the problems with not being in person is that you join all the same meetings that your colleagues do. And I think Cindy covered 4 of the 5 sessions I went to already, because I think all of us were drawn to the ones that were targeted to COVID-19. We all recognize that this is like the biggest challenge and issue that we're facing, and that I don't know, I think we all want those resources of how can we do this better? Where are we in comparison to other people? And what are other districts doing that might be outside of the box that we haven't thought of yet within our district? And unfortunately, I didn't really see a whole lot. I think that we have kind of, throughout our time in the past year, done a fairly good job at looking at all of our challenges that we're facing and being open and honest and having these kind of difficult and transparent conversations, owning the fact that, again, the achievement gaps are widening. There are students that are suffering, and what as a district can we realistically and responsibly do to reach out to those families and get them, again, re-engaged and rebooted. I think that was the topic of one of them, in back into education. And I've seen the people, groups of people that have embraced distance learning, and there are ones who are surviving distance learning, and then there are ones who are struggling and failing at distance learning. And I think it's our responsibility to target all of those populations and to continue to do our best in reaching them. One of the things that Cindy briefly touched on that I'd like to add to is the trainings for parents, because I really see that, and as the principals were talking about earlier, is that the families who are not able to assist their students and monitor their students to be engaged in the distance learning, then it just isn't happening. So we could be the greatest educators in the world, but if the students aren't signed on because the parents weren't able to help them do that or weren't there to monitor it, our work doesn't matter. And so electronic wise, we bridged that hurdle and we got electronics. Thank you, Michelle. Thank you, Mark. I know that was a great undertaking to get those to everyone. And they should have them available. They should at least be sitting there. But then again, it's like getting the parent to say, okay, log on. And we have a little one at home right now. We have some at home who do it all completely on their own. And then we have other ones at home who we literally need to log him into every class. Or he'd just sit there and stare at the screen all day, honestly. Like it does, unless we are watching him do his homework or schoolwork, he isn't doing it. So the training for the parents is one of those things that I think we could potentially do a better job as a district or at specific school sites of hosting maybe Zoom meetings that parents are all invited to, and asking the parents again, what are your challenges? What's preventing you from being there? And if it's a matter of even connecting other parents who are home, I don't know, who are home that can match up with families who aren't home, that live on the same block or live in the same area, kind of like little cohorts, if that's safe. I don't know if that's COVID safe. I don't know if all families are going to want to do that, but that was some of their ideas, is having smaller cohorts or families meet up to do support the kids in logging on. That I thought was interesting. In regards to special ed, I'm new to having a special ed student at home. And I will say to Derek that his team of special ed instructors have done a great job, at least with my family, of getting the IEPs done. But they're looking very different. And what you can offer to a special ed student is different virtually than what you would do in the classroom, but their needs are also different. So one of my littles who's special ed, he has a lot of behavior issues that exhibit themselves in the classroom. So his entire IEP is written towards containing those behaviors. At home, those don't show up. So it's really,
That's super interesting. Sorry.
Go ahead, please chime in.
Well, I was going to say that's really, really interesting that dichotomy of behaviors, like it's happening here, it's not happening here. And that because we're in distance learning, how those IEP supports have changed, because we can't do everything that we could do in person. I mean, obviously it would be better to bring those cohort of students back on campus so we can do that one-on-one in-person instruction. But it's really fascinating about your little guy there.
Yeah, it's neat to see him actually do better in this environment. And a lot of it had to do with distractions of other students that he had a hard time with. He's supposed to have a one-on-one. Obviously, in a virtual learning capacity, he can't have a one-on-one other than my husband leaning over his shoulder, making sure he's logged in on everything. But that was just an example of the fact that we as parents need to be open to shifting those IEPs to not, getting really picky or set on the fact like this is what's in the IEP and this is what has to be done. It might not need to be done in a distance learning setting. And to recognize that we'll just reassess once we go back to school. Maybe those behaviors are going to reemerge and maybe we're going to have to go back to the one-on-one. So I think just the flexibility in it from all sides, from the teacher sides, from the parent side, from administrator side, of saying, really assessing what's working right now, what's needed and what's not needed. And if it's not needed, why push it? Why, if the student's thriving, don't bother, kind of thing.
The unfortunate part is in that one session, the COVID-19 FAQs for governing boards, and they went through the special education part. They really talked about
it has to be done legally.
Yes, and that there are parents that are very inflexible. And so as a result of what you're talking about, there are a lot more lawsuits, and districts are exposed, so to speak, to liabilities where we've never had that exposure before. And so Keith Bray really talked about how you mitigate those exposures and how you lessen that liability in the time of COVID, knowing that learning is different, and the
it's completely impossible to do what those recommendations are in their IEP. You can't, it's impossible. So how can you be held to that?
Yeah.
As a district or as a teacher or as an administrator when it is literally impossible to do that from home? Very challenging. I mean, it's going to be a matter of time to see how it all plays out. And I could just speak to my hope is that everybody approaches it again with grace and patience and some flexibility. And personally, getting caught up on that and being so strict on this is what my child has been told we need, and we have to keep doing exactly this. It's not going to serve the kid any well either. They're, again, having to approach your child with, we're doing the best we can and we're going to give you all the services that are available, but those services are different when you're sitting at home versus in a classroom. So, and then the other one that I did that was not one that Cindy talked about, just real briefly, was the virtual board meetings, kind of lessons learned in those. And I think we've learned a lot of those lessons, just very basic stuff in regards to having the videos looking okay on them, people being able to hear us well, to see us well. We had a lot of challenges with that early on. And I think we're getting better at it. Michelle, for those of you that don't know, Mrs. Murphy did a great job at prepping all of the board members of this is what it's going to look like. And it may have seemed basic to some and some of it may not have been to others, but that was one of their recommendations, is that you prep the board of this is what the meeting's going to look like. This is, some tips on what to do and what not to do. We all know some of the bad behaviors that we've heard from other districts that board members have been doing during a board meeting because it was virtual and maybe they didn't think that anybody was paying attention or watching. I'm not quite sure. But one thing I would like us to improve on, if we possibly can, and if we have any control over it, is still that public engagement during our board meetings. It's disappointing to me that we do not have public comments ever. And that was something that we struggled with during non-COVID times. I think we've gotten even less engagement since then. I can't look at the numbers right now on how many are watching on YouTube. Maybe Mark knows, but when we were doing it on the other feeds, 9. Yeah, we were seeing 7 to 8. And of those 9, we pretty much know who they are. They're either other administrators or teachers who we know who they are. And as a parent who, what was that? In Gail. Hi out there, Gail. But yeah, as a parent who is involved in the district, I want other parents' voices to be heard. I want other teachers' voices to be heard. I want this to be a welcoming environment. And I don't know if there's anything as a board or anything as a district that we can do more to market or advertise or whatever, to welcome and encourage that engagement during board meetings, and or to just log in and watch, because I think we cover very valuable information that we later see as, well, what about this and why not this, and kind of stuff on social media. And we've covered those things in our board meetings, and people aren't engaging. So their recommendations were to basically do what we're doing, get it out there, advertise it, get it on, ahead of time, maybe having, they have flyers that go out to every parent that says, this is when a board meeting is, they look nice, and say, this is when the board meeting is, this is how you log on, and this is how you submit comments. And the receiving of public comments, either via email ahead of time to Connie, some of them are allowing public comments within the Zoom meeting too. So I don't know if that's something we want to look at or not look at, but that was an option that was thrown out there.
Natalie, do we know how many people are watching at other times, not tonight? Like I've talked to some parents who actually watch it at a totally different time because it's on YouTube later. And I don't know if Mark has that kind of data or not.
Mrs. Murphy, do you?
I'm not sure if there's like an actual ticker that keeps that count. There usually is on YouTube videos. So I'm not sure if Mark can answer that question, but if not, we'll get that information for you.
And I didn't mean to surprise anybody with that question. Sorry.
No, it's okay.
That was a very valid question. I didn't even think about it. You know, I'm usually only watching it live. So one of those 7 or 8, it's also me watching it live because I'm seeing who else is on there and who else is commenting.
Okay.
But
I can add that I have had a community member who said they really appreciate having it on YouTube rather than having it in person because they can then watch it when it's convenient for them, and they have been.
Good.
And I see that Mark unmuted.
I can look on YouTube, the analytics to see how many views we've had for the last few board meetings.
Okay.
Thank you, Mark. You can just share that with me and I'll share it with the board.
Sure.
Yeah. So their platforms they were using were WebEx, Zoom, and Google Meet, which, you know, now we're all familiar with all of those. And I prefer Zoom because that's what I think most people are using, and I seem most comfortable with it too. But all in all, the conference last year was my favorite part of the year, and this year was absolutely not a highlight at all. Because we didn't get to spend time together. We didn't get to spend time chatting with our other colleagues. But there was some kind of validation that the themes throughout were that we are all struggling with the same things. And that's sad because we're all struggling with the same things, but we're not alone in it. And really bright, experienced people are trying to find the best solutions possible for these little ones. And I believe in our ability to do that. It's just going to take time. And I think we'll get there. But I hope next year we can do it in person because I just love it that way. So thank you guys.
Thank you, Natalie. Jordan, you want to go ahead and share with us what you experienced?
Sure. And, you know, I think Natalie brought up a good point at the beginning is we all seem to have attended the same ones already. And Cindy did a really good job of giving a synopsis of the entire AAC. So there was one that I attended that Cindy didn't. And that was actually, I don't know. I don't know if you attended this one, Cindy, but it was about, it was all about medical billing.
No, I saw that one and I'm like, yeah, not for me.
It went into the nitty gritty. It was really, really detailed, way past what a board member should be doing. They were really kind of giving information about here's what here's what you should be going back to cabinet about and your administrators about, and here's what the administrators are doing. It was informative, but it was a lot of information. I think the other thing that, you know, to talk about this particular conference was it was very condensed. So, you know, there's likely a lot of overlap between all of us board members and what we attended. What I really did enjoy, though, that was not possible last year, was the fact that they offered in the morning sessions the same sessions in the afternoon. I remember that was just, you know, last year we were like kids in a candy store looking at sessions to go to, and it was, oh no, I want to go to these 3 sessions, but they're all at the same time. But this year they had them both in the morning and the afternoon, so you could pick which one. So you could say, well, I'll go to this one in the morning and this one in the afternoon. And the other great part was it was all recorded, so we could go back in and download all of the presentations from the ones we couldn't attend at that time. So that was some of the benefits, I think, of this year's conference. But I think one of the big missing key things was actually being able to be at a single location with a bunch of colleagues from across the state. That, I think, was invaluable last year, being able to, you know, especially me being such a young board member, being able to sit, you know, in the room, next to somebody much older than me and say, well, what's your life experience? I was talking to folks that have been board members for decades, I was talking to some that just had so much more life experience. And it's really fascinating and really helpful to be able to draw from all of that, everyone's walks of life. I wasn't even the youngest one there, so I was able to talk to, younger board members than me and draw from them as well. So I think that was something that was missing from this year's conference and what made it feel so much more condensed. But, that's pretty much my takeaway from this year's. I'm really looking forward to the next one that we have the opportunity to go to. I'm not sure if they're going to keep it in Southern California, since it was skipped over this year, or if they're going to go back up north. But we'll see what happens. It was really informative. I'd say, being able to rewind and rewatch and take all of the packets in a downloadable format makes it much easier for this content to live, I think, longer in all of our heads and keep it a little fresher, as opposed to, again, last year, it was, well, here's a stack of papers, and where are those going to end up? In a filing cabinet, and it's not as easily accessible. So I did enjoy that aspect as well. But without just covering the same topics again, those are my big takeaways.
I personally missed people going, oh, is this your student rep?
Absolutely. Thank you, Jordan. And I do hope it is in person next year. The last one, speaking on this, and of course, I had a couple sessions that I did go to that the rest of you didn't speak about. So I'll briefly hit on those and I'll circle around back to the equitable grading, because Cindy was right. I was very energized by that presentation. I wasn't quite as energized by supporting foster and homeless youth, which was put on by Redlands Unified School District. It seems like they've got a fantastic program with academic case carriers. 35 academic case carriers and millions of dollars spent on this program annually, which just became, I heard what they had to say is cost prohibitive. It seems like a wonderful program to be able to support their students who are foster and homeless, and we have not quite as many as they do. And it was interesting to hear. They had a longevity type of an approach where they would have the same carrier follow a student from kindergarten all the way through 12th grade, making sure they had commitments from those case carriers to be around in the district for that length of time. So there were some interesting takeaways, but I didn't think that it was feasible for us to consider doing something like that. Another session that I went to was very similar to Masters in Governance Finance, and also classes taught or curriculum taught to us by Jenny in board meetings related to financial. So it was a good overview, and I needed the review, or it not needed, but it was helpful. It was understanding and then leading your district's budget. And there was some wonderful literature that went along with that. Frankly, I felt very prepared, when they went through this stuff, because Jenny has just done a wonderful job of educating us as we go through the process, but it was still a good review. They do recommend having a one-page handout that includes most of what Michelle has in our one page at a glance as far as the district. But there were some interesting things that were added to that we don't normally have, that it wouldn't be a bad idea to have just talking points, one page, fingertip facts to know is what they called it, in terms of district information. That would be nice to have off the top of our head. So if you're interested in that information, I'll be happy to share this handout with you. And then I also went to the Budget Apocalypse and Plugging the Fiscal Hole presentation. That was a big sales pitch. So that was also a little disheartening. I also went to the keynote speakers, of course, and spent money buying their books. Yes, I wanted an autographed edition of Leslie Odom Jr.'s book. And then, and so I wish I could have met him in person, but instead I do have his signature, and we're very thrilled. And then also I found very interesting the Gen Z economy, the Zika economy book, but also what Jason had to say in terms of taking a look at different generations. And I thought that was pertinent to our school district. I'll presume that y'all went to that keynote speaker. It was
Right.
what was that?
You're right, Sharon Anna. The whole idea of like how the baby boomers, the millennials, the Gen Z, the Gen Y, all of them, where their perspectives come, and they're all needed. They're all needed to get. I thought that was fascinating. I forgot about that until you just said that.
I agree. I did too. I didn't think he was the most dynamic of presenters, but the information was really neat. A concept I had never considered.
Well, what I thought was really interesting is how he described what defines a generation, whether it's the baby boomer generation or Gen Z, in terms of parenting, the economy that's happening as they're growing up, but more importantly, the pivotal historical situations that happened at the time. And the way he described them learning, he as a young teenager learning about 9/11, and that was formative for his generation, that was something that everybody in his generation would know about and identify with. But he was with his dad. They talked with his grandfather on the phone, and his dad was looking at it from the baby boomer generation perspective of, dear God, I hope my son does not get drafted. That's what he was looking at. Well, his grandfather on the phone was basically saying, not as flitter painted, was more like, yeah, we've seen this before. And that was more from the greatest generation perspective of they've seen worse. So understanding that everybody, that what defines the generation goes a lot more from what decade they were born into. There are so many things that really form each of those generations. And he described, like, our elementary school kids today, technology is just going to be second nature to them. The idea that at their fingertips they're going to have all of this information, and that is just natural. It isn't, and that is, but they haven't had, and possibly COVID is going to be their defining moment in what's happened there. So I found that all to be just absolutely kind of mind-blowing, hence buying the book. But also,
I'm sorry, I just wanted to chime in too. I was even thinking of local critical events that tie certain generations together. The San Bernardino shootings or our fires up here, or I think that there are local events that have occurred in our small town that even tie again, generations together, or generations view differently also.
And then also, also in terms of with Gen Z, they're the first generation that has more of an international commonality, which I found to be interesting, but also how the different generations communicate together. And the idea that emailing with Gen Z, not so much, it's texting. Time frame of feedback, where they're looking, and this is probably going to be more for our student population, is wanting to get immediate feedback and frequent feedback. Where more for my generation is like, yeah, I'll have a performance review every 3 to 6 months, and I'm fine with that. So just how we communicate with each other and how we support each other, it was all very interesting.
I like how you said that last part, the instant feedback versus for our current students, this current generation, Gen Z, and like us, where I'm like, I'm good to go.
Yeah.
Whenever.
Well, it's true. Very true. So coming back to just adding a little bit onto what Cindy had to say, and regarding the accurate and equitable grading system wide, a case study, which was it was Placer Unified School District that was presenting. So I want to just preface this with, it is incredibly important that teachers have control over their own grading system. So that I couldn't feel more passionately about. Having been in the classroom, I also know sometimes how confounding it is to put a grade on student work. So a couple of things that were just huge to me is I never thought of grading as being like an equity issue. And I'm still trying to get my arms around equity in terms of what it means today. But I found this presentation to be just really speaking truth to what I've experienced. Watching a student who might come from, in September, beginning of the school year, first test, they dig themselves into a hole. They've done horribly on this test, and they're thinking, I'm never going to be able to dig out of this hole. They're coming in maybe not as prepared as some of the other students. Their minds might not be elsewhere, but that feeling of failure and already starting below sea level, so to speak, and having to dig their way out creates this feeling of just despondency that maybe a student who has spent the summer with tutors and might have been doing all sorts of brushing up, they might be able to get the grade they want with that first assessment or right off the bat. They don't have that hole they're digging out of. And so the approach that they were describing is really evaluating the whole idea of having weighted averages as a grading mechanism, as opposed to looking at a holistic approach to what mastery does the student have of the concepts that that they're taking, so that by the end of the course semester, with the grading period, how are they properly prepared for the next step? And in that case, it's a little bit more binary in terms of mastery is there, so you should be getting full credit, as opposed to, well, it took you a while to get to that level, so we need to punish you for the fact that it took you so long to get there. So to me, it was like, wow, this is a really huge approach, especially looking at what Toria described with the D's and F's. It provides that opportunity for being saved anytime along the semester, as opposed to fighting the calendar all the time. So I just thought it was a fantastic experience that they went through, and then talking about the student achievement that went along with it. I thought it was really well worth exploring. And so I want to support anything that the school sites are doing in order to be able to try and bring the students together and get them performing. But I thought this presentation was pretty amazing. So,
and Jordana, going along with that, in terms of a student self-confidence, when they dig that hole early, they showed a chart on how the student tanks. It becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy for the kid. Oh, got a D, I'm never gonna get to an A because blah, 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 blah. And so by using points, that you can keep adding the points to get your A, it's defeating that mindset of like, have you mastered, as you said, the mastered content standards? Did you have that growth? And really looking at that. And so I think about kids that we have known, and you have seen that where kids have had a self-defeatist attitude because they started out so low, and yet they had the potential and they grew. They did. And at the end, you were like, oh my gosh, look at this that you have done for yourself,
On the other side of that too, what I've also seen teaching math at the high school is students who've come in who have gotten excellent grades in math all the way through, but aren't properly prepared. They've done all of their homework, possibly with tutors and the like. They have grades that don't necessarily reflect their learning on the opposite end. So they haven't necessarily tested well, and it's hard to make up those holes. So like with extra credit or other ways to be able to bring their grade up that may not necessarily reflect their learning, it goes both ways.
Yeah.
And sometimes that might be the kids who've learned how to play the game, who know how to be socially adept at getting the grades, but those grades may not necessarily reflect what their actual academic capabilities are. Cindy, you're muted.
Sorry, that's what they were calling accurate. Are these grades accurate?
Mm-hmm.
And that's what they were going for, is you're right. There's kids that have learned to play, that know how to accumulate the points to be able to get the A or the B. But do they really understand the knowledge to go on to the next building block? Or it was a great conversation, I have to say.
And then one other thing to add, oh, sorry.
No, and I was going to say, in listening to it, very brave, very brave. The pilot teachers, the 30 teachers that did the first go at this, very brave. And I was like, props, because that's an area that, is very touchy.
It's touchy. And frankly, in terms of, when I went through my teacher education, 20 plus years ago, there's a lot of time spent on lesson planning and developing curriculum and assessment, but not necessarily on the grading component and being able to establish grade. And so there is an art to it, and there's a lot of variability that I think it needs, I mean, teachers need to be able to have that leeway. Legally they do, but also just in terms of them being able to accomplish what they need to do. But there's a lot that it seemed that in the process that Placer went through, there was a lot of learning about, like, historically, where has grading happened and what are we trying to accomplish, and really diving deep into assessing. And that was arduous for them, and it seemed like it was worthwhile. So, okay, so that's, let me see, was there anything else? No, that was all I had as far as my CSBA experience. I really do miss having the time together, and I'm hoping next year we're able to, with Bill, with Michelle, everybody be able to be together with us next year. And I lost my place here. Sorry, guys.
Bill, I can't wait till you come with us, that we're all together, because it's so exciting. All the learning that happens, you will not fall asleep.
Okay, so moving on with 10.6, legislative update report, Trustee Gardner.
Okay, so you guys have that in your Google Docs, correct? All right, because I don't want to go through each and every one of them. It's late, and this really will put Bill to sleep. Okay, so the couple of bills that I do want to bring up, AB 10, which is the going back to school. Basically, what it's saying is that once your county goes to out of purple into red, orange, or yellow, 2 weeks. In 2 weeks, you will open. And so that is this bill, because I emailed Supriya from Intergovernmental Relations at the county to see if there was any change in this bill. She contacted Capital Advisors. This bill is still in play in the Assembly Education Committee, even with the governor's proposed plan for reopening. It's sort of in a holding pattern where they're seeing what happens with the governor's plan. So how this bill moves forward is going to be based upon that. Another bill that is the AB 75 that is introduced by Patrick O'Donnell. This was his bill last year. And it's about getting another facilities bond on the 2022 ballot. And there's a SB 4, is it SB? No, it is SB 22. It's pretty much the same thing, a facilities bond. So they'll probably be conversing and making sure that they align in order to get this moved forward. There are an interesting bill is SB 14 by my favorite senator of all time, Senator Portantino, author of the Late Start bill. He is proposing a bill in regards to excused absences for youth mental and behavioral health. So if it would expand the type of required excused absences accounted as an absence for the benefit of mental or behavioral health of the pupil. So I thought that was interesting. I was like, okay, you're not such a jerk, just have to say. So in regards to the Late Start bill, I keep asking about it. It's still the trailer bill language, all of that stuff we've been waiting for is still on hold. It's still going to be implemented. So until everything is well defined as, what is rural, are they going to be exempt only for 2 or 3 years, or it's permanent? All that stuff is still in limbo, so unfortunately. So I just keep asking. Everybody knows it's my pet peeve. Dennis Meyer, CSBA legislative, head of legislative department. He thinks it's, I think I bugged the heck out of him, really, because he knows what I'm going to ask every single time. And then the last thing I wanted to say is not only I am so excited. I was elected to the CSBA nominating committee. So I had during the CSBA conference, we had a nominating committee meeting, our first one. So that was kind of exciting. And I'm having my second one this month sometime. And we get to go through the whole recruiting for presidents and vice presidents and all that stuff, and vetting and holding interviews. And I'm like, ooh, I have no idea what I'm doing, but I'm so excited. I'm sure they're going to tell me. So that's the legislative report. SANDABS meets the second Wednesday of every month, and Capital Advisors is doing this new thing where Kevin Gordon will be doing a video with the legislative updates so that we have more time to discuss the bills and really give input during the actual SANDABS meeting. So what we're going to do is I'm going to send you those videos, those legislative update videos, so you can listen to them. And then as I did with the report that you got, the document, all I did was cut and paste from the SANDABS report that I get each month. And then we can discuss what's new and discuss what we heard if you listened. Also, Kevin made an over 12-minute video. He recognizes that maybe he could cut that down a bit. So he is working on the length of time on that video, just full disclosure. Okay. So that's the hap on the, and I agree with Jordan. Jordan, once our new legislators are in the groove, in place, I really think it's important for us to go that next step of holding a meeting with our legislators in person or via Zoom, but schedule an actual meeting. I know that SANDABS really wants to push out the advocacy so we can, talk about the late start bill and educating those two new people as to the challenges of that late start bill for us, or whatever we can. But I really agree with you. It's time to push out and further develop those relationships with so that they call us for how we feel about a bill. I think that's going to be super important for them to contact us and not the other way around when there's controversial. And Jordan, you're right. Over at the time of SANDABS on the 13th meeting, over 1,500 bills had been introduced, and their time for introducing bills wasn't even ending yet. So it's like the floodgates were open. They've been suppressed a whole year, and suddenly it's like, woohoo, I'm going free. I'm going to say whatever I want. So you are absolutely correct on that front as well. All right, so that's it. Unless you guys have any questions on any of the bills.
Yeah, what's going on with the late start bill?
Okay, it works my nerve. That senator just it's like my hair. It's like fire. Fire comes out of my head.
I love it because it means that, there's somebody still talking about it, and that's important. Can't let that conversation die.
I don't know. At the delegate assembly, when I brought it up, I'm like, is everybody rolling their eyes because it's me talking again about the same issue? And then Dennis was like, you know what? That was a good question. We don't know. No one's talking about it. So I felt better, but I feel like people's little eyes are rolling in their heads going, oh God, please shut up.
But if it weren't for the pandemic, this would still be probably one of the major talking points of all school districts, still. So, if not for that pandemic, this would still be probably one of the number one things. And it just goes to show it's still important.
Tremendously. So Cindy, was your hair blonde before the late start bill with all the fire coming out of your head?
Dude, I was flames just coming out. And and then the funny part is that when I did track down and hunt, well, actually I stalked Senator Portantino out into the hallway at the Capitol building. I thought the CSBA, Erica Hoffman, she's the federal level of advocacy for CSBA. She's like, I can't believe you did that. What did you say? And so I told her, and she's like, wow. And I did tell him that there are people who think he's a jerk. And Erica was like, you did not. And I said, yes, I did. I am very honest. So I just think that at least RIM is in that conversation. RIM equals late start bill.
Good. Or not late start bill. Yeah. Thank you. Moving on. 10.7, review and revise the governance handbook with the Board of Trustees. So if you take a look at the on our shared drive with for today's meeting, it's under documents. So rather than us going through and reading it word for word, let's do a quick review and see if there's anything that we wish to discuss or revise. If you want to take a minute or two and look through it and speak up if you have anything that you want to discuss about it.
Or Michelle, what were there actually major changes made in it from the past?
It looks like the front page with names of you and I are in different places are on there, but it's a chance for us to be able to review the document and make sure that we're all on board in terms of how we wish to operate as a group.
Bill, we made several years ago, the whole social media segment of it was added into the handbook due to
there have been some social media changes this year again with the Brown Act.
Yes. But
this was mostly related to behavior on social media of board members.
Thank you, Michelle, for being so PC and saying that correctly.
And where's the complaint form that's mentioned in there that you're supposed to have available? Where do you find that? On the website?
Yes.
Sorry, I was nodding and realized I was on mute. But yes, it's on the
they can
district
also
website.
contact the district office and get a copy of the complaint form at the front desk.
And how do we find out when we have a complaint against us?
We find that out through the personnel department.
I believe Mr. Beal would have that conversation with us.
Yes.
And then that page in terms of breaches of governance standards, again, that was needed. And censuring a board member, that if a board member is censured, that board member is removed from all committees that he or she sits on. But you're not removed from the board. It's just like a little public shaming, slap on the wrist kind of thing.
And do we have to take action on this actually tonight, Jordana?
Later. It's later in the agenda.
It's part of our, yeah. So this is our chance to discuss it.
Part of the consent calendar, isn't it?
Correct.
Okay, that's what I thought. I was trying to look for it again.
Yeah, no, it's exactly. So are there any other questions, comments, anything to discuss with us? Okay, then. We move on to 11.0, our action calendar. 11.1, personnel pages.
10.8, 10.8.
Am I skipping? Oh, it's down on the bottom. Okay. 10.8. I was going to say, it seemed like that was too fast. Equity and Social Justice Standing Committee, the Board of Trustees. So this is another source of discussion. We had this put onto the agenda last meeting, and we've had the standing committee now for several months, but we haven't met yet. So the purpose of this agenda item is for us to set a time for our first meeting. And the meeting will be for the attendees or the members of the committee, at least as of now, is going to be board members and anybody from the district office. Yes, Cindy?
Oh, I thought you were asking who's on the committee.
Yeah, no, as board members, right. So would probably make sense as us seeing if there's a date, time that all of us are available to be able to establish our first meeting.
So the thing is that Bill technically is not on the committee. He has to
Oh.
be voted to be on the committee. So on February's agenda, we need, if Bill wants, and this is a place for you to say, if you would like to be a participant in the equity committee. Bill, do you want to sit on it?
Well, yes, I thought everyone was going to be on it. You guys all ready, but no, not everyone?
You have to, it has to be specifically voted, the members, and so we'll put you on the February board meeting agenda and vote you onto the subcommittee, okay?
Okay.
Specifically, we had a board member who chose not to be on that committee when it was formed.
So we had only voted for the 4 of us that are here, and would need to vote for you next time around.
Yeah,
go ahead.
It's part of our board bylaws.
So does it make sense for us to try and set up a first meeting at this point, or should we wait until? Yes,
No,
okay.
Because Bill indicated he wants to, and so I don't think any of us don't want him involved. So let's just go ahead and pick a date, and with the assumption that Bill's going to be voted onto the island.
Okay. Another
Hold on, I need to get my hard calendar because I need to see something.
Okay. So.
And it would be at that time at the first meeting that you would choose agenda items, chairs, set up goals, priorities. Tonight's agenda item is just to select the date so that work can begin.
Exactly. Wonderful. Okay.
And you
So-
said it's only the board? Is that what it was? It's only the board that's on there, or there is staff?
I believe it's just the board. Correct me if I'm wrong.
I believe staff would attend.
Okay. Okay. So,
part of the committee's work was inviting staff in to give their perspectives on certain aspects of it. I think that's how we wanted to navigate, or we envisioned navigating it, is that we would be the standing committee. And then as needed, staff, experts, people from the community would come in and share and contribute to our work.
Yeah, and share in formulating everything that, including an equity resolution.
So seeing as our next board meeting is February 18th, do we want to look at something for the week of the 22nd?
that sounds good to me. Does February 25th work for you? Anybody have a problem with 5 o'clock, February 25th? Or is this, just Natalie, would you need later? Okay. So Thursday, February 25th at 5 o'clock?
Can you do later?
Yes, what would work?
Is 5:30 okay?
6 would be better.
Was that
6
6?
would be better for me.
Okay, so let's do that. February 25th, 6 o'clock, and I presume it'll be on Zoom? Or we could figure out logistics, probably on Zoom.
I think, yeah, we can figure it out. And my recommendation is that first meeting, we do the structural part, including figuring out who's chair and vice chair. So it becomes a little bit more organized and someone is kind of leading the thread.
Absolutely. Yeah, Michelle mentioned figuring out the committee's leadership and then also possibly some initial goals or objectives. Okay. Anything else on 10.8? All right, now 11.0. Hey. So 11.0 action calendar, 11.1 personnel services, approval of the personnel page, fiscal impact, budgeted. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second?
Second, Natalie.
Natalie, okay, so Cindy first, Natalie second. Discussion?
Congratulations, as always, to the personnel being approved on that page.
Okay. All right, beautiful. All right, so let's go to a vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? Motion's passed unanimously.
Can I chime in real fast?
Yeah.
For the ayes, we had a few people on mute.
Oh,
So
thank
make
you.
sure you unmute yourself for your ayes or
I
nays.
saw hands up, but I think, yeah, thank you, Natalie.
Mhm.
So, okay, for 11.2, personnel services, approval to increase the hourly wage of the following classified positions and steps to $14 per hour effective January 1st, 2021. The
So
college,
Sorry.
college tutors, it's okay. College tutors, step 1, noon duty, step 1, child nutrition workers, step 1 and step 2, fiscal impact, approximately $3,000, unrestricted general fund, various accounts. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Jordan first, Bill second. Discussion. So this is related to minimum wage for the state going up. So it's a requirement that we make sure that we are paying all of our employees at least $14 an hour. So this is something we need to do to stay in compliance with state regulations. Okay. So if there's no other comments, let's go ahead and vote on this. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? Nay? Okay, the ayes have it unanimously. Passed unanimously. Let me go ahead and write that down. 11.3, personnel services, approval of the classified school employee summer assistance program for the 2021-2022 school year. Fiscal impact, none.
So moved. Cindy?
Cindy, and do I have a second?
Natalie?
Thank you. Discussion? Let's go to vote. All in favor?
Aye.
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 All opposed? Motion passed unanimously. 11.4, personnel services, approval of a California Basic Educational Skills Test, CBEST waiver for Brandon Downey, biological science teacher, grades 9 through 12, effective December 1st, 2020 through June 30th, 2021. Fiscal impact, none.
So moved.
Bill? Do I have a second?
Natalie?
Bill first, Natalie second. So for discussion, Todd, would you be willing to explain the need for this waiver?
Sure. Part of getting your teacher credentials, you have to take the CBEST, which is the basic education test. Mr. Downey took a similar test in his home state before he moved over to California. When he did, the CTC or CCTC, who does a credentialing program in California, said that he didn't need to take the CBEST. They looked at his from his previous state and said he looked okay. When I guess they reviewed it, they realized that the test isn't reciprocal to California. And so when they issued him his credential, they went back and said, oops, we made a mistake. And he now has to take the CBEST, but we want to have him continue teaching. And so we're asking for a waiver to get approved by the board so we can send that to the county, who then takes it to the state, and then we're all in compliance, even though it was their mistake.
So this is kind of an extraordinary situation in terms of, at first he thought that he had, the state had indicated that he had all of the necessary requirements handled.
Correct, yes.
Okay. Any other discussion? Let's go ahead and vote. All in favor, aye. Please say aye.
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 Aye. Opposed? Motion passed unanimously. Okay, 11.5, educational services, approval of the addendums to the single plan for student achievement for Charles Hoffman Elementary, Lake Arrowhead Elementary, Valley of Enchantment Elementary, Mary P. Hink Intermediate, Rim High School, and Mountain High School. Fiscal impact, none.
So moved. Cindy?
Cindy?
Second, Natalie?
Natalie. Discussion?
Thank you very much to everyone involved in making those. I appreciated the presentations tonight. And I know principals and Heather work really hard on them along with other parties. So thank you all.
Thanks.
Just a
Thank you.
I think I asked the question on, but I'm not sure. Does this actually change then any of our expenditures? And is this all in that final document that listed the 32,000? Is everything there totaled in that one document?
The oh,
I was
Who wants-
hoping Heather was going to unmute
Oh.
and answer those questions.
Okay, hello.
Okay.
So what this is you approve the SIPSAs in June. And oftentimes what happens is we get our data between June and the end of the next June cycle. So the schools do addendums to their SIPSA, which is primarily their Title I funding, which is their federal categorical funding. Sometimes they will also include their lottery and their other fundings as well, but it's a Title I requirement. And so they make addendums to their SIPSA plan because their strategies may change from when they get their data to when they wrote their plan back in June. So it allows them to be responsive to the needs and make adjustments halfway through the revision cycle.
but the addendums don't really basically change their goals or the actions under the goals. It's just some of the strategies and the support materials or personnel that they want to change to reflect the data that they received.
Yeah, so some of the expenditures, their allocation remains the same for the year. It doesn't change their overall allocation, but how they spend their money may be adjusted to be more responsive to the needs.
And it's site.
That's what I thought, but I
So it's site driven with their school. It has to go to their school site council. So they work with their school site councils to make the adjustments to be responsive to the needs.
But it doesn't change the district budget. It's a change. They're changing their site budget. Although Jenny does give more money when we can.
Like you said, shifting the site budget, not necessarily changing it, shifting it.
Okay, thank you, everybody.
Any other discussion? Let's go on to the vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? Motion passed unanimously. Okay, 11.7. Business services, approval of the procurement of telecommunication equipment and services, resolution 20.
11.6 first.
11.6. Oh, I'm just jumping ahead here. 11.6, business services, approval of resolution number 2021-08. Excuse me, it's pound 20/21-08 regarding the accounting of developer fees for 2019-2020 fiscal year. Fiscal impact, none.
So
Have a
moved.
move. Cindy,
Second.
Bill? Discussion. Everybody okay? Well, it doesn't look like anybody, no discussion. Let's go ahead to the vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? Motion passed unanimously. Now, 11.7, business services, approval of the procurement of telecommunication equipment and services, resolution 20/21-09. And for Jenny Haberlin, Chief Business Official, to award and sign the contract for the district-wide network WAN circuits and managed technology services to the qualified bidder whose proposal meets the evaluation standards and will be most advantageous to the school district with the price and all other factors considered. Fiscal impact, approximately $40,407.87, base unrestricted general funds.
So move, Cindy.
Cindy.
Seconded.
Jordan, discussion. Okay, let's move to the vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Natalie, you're muted.
Aye. It was my idea to unmute. Look at that.
Okay, all opposed? The motion passed unanimously. Okay, this is all new stuff for us. Okay. Moving down here, we're moving on to the 12.0, the consent calendar. Anybody want anything pulled? Nothing pulled. Okay.
Natalie does.
Oh, Natalie, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah,
Yes.
12.6, please.
12.6.
Natalie, I was
Okay.
going to pull that one. Sorry.
So 12:06, anything else? Okay, so okay, so it says items pulled for separate vote and discussion taken into consideration during agenda item 13.0 is 12.6. So we'll go ahead and go ahead with the vote to vote for 12.1, 12.2, 12.3, 12.4, 12.5, 12.7, 12.8, 12.9, 12.10, and 12.11. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Bill and Natalie. So let's go ahead to vote. All in favor?
Aye.
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 All opposed? Motion passed unanimously. Okay, now 13.0, items removed from the consent calendar. 12.6, business services, approval to accept a donation in the amount of $275,000 from Mike and Cindy Douglas family and Gary and Jacqueline Martell family for the purchase and installation of one ScoreVision scoreboard at Rim High School's field and 2 scoreboards in the Ben Wilkin Gym. Approval is given to the district to enter into a purchasing agreement for the project with ScoreVision and proceed with site improvements for a successful installation. Fiscal impact, approximately $339,390. Donation and facility fund 35.
So moved.
And seconded.
Okay, discussion.
I mean, I don't even know that I can discuss without crying. Like, how awesome. There's nothing else to say other than I'm very grateful. Our students will be very grateful. Our coaches will be very grateful. Super awesome. So thank you.
And you don't think that a scoreboard would make people that emotional, but it does. I remember when the baseball and softball field scoreboards went up, and the first time the teams used them, I started tearing up. It was just so emotional that they finally got scoreboards and they could, and it's very emotional. It's very emotional. I don't know why, but it is.
Think what it'll be like when we actually get to use the scoreboards for real too.
Having been done scorekeeping in the, for basketball games and knowing that one of the boards just really, the shot clock didn't work. There are just a lot of things that would just malfunction that were quirky about it. The idea of having, and the students suffering for it, it'll be beautiful to have something working, having it work. So this is huge.
Not to mention just the sheer cost of it and that, you know, it's just such a huge monetary donation to be able to provide something that you would think is essential, quintessential to every school, you know, in the country, and the sheer cost of it's unbelievable. So to be able to have something like that, just, you know, to bring that within our grasp is just, it's amazing.
I agree. You guys ready to vote on this? Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All
Big
opposed? Okay, motion passed unanimously. Okay. 14.0, make sure I'm not skipping anything here. No, I'm not. Governance team future agenda items planning. 14.1, time allotted for the Board of Trustees to request agenda items for future meetings. Does anybody have anything?
No, I just want to say that adding the CSBA report outs today, I really liked it. And I really liked having conversations about what we learned and what we liked, what we didn't like. I really liked it this way. I really did. It was perfect.
That's nice. That's good. The one thing I had written down here as a note for later, based on what Natalie had said, is just suggesting, I don't feel, you know, it possibly adding an item for community engagement, whether that is something that we want to do for the future, or something that we can come back to at another meeting.
How about if we pin that for the board retreat as
Okay.
a topic that we really dive deep into? And why don't we pin that for board retreat?
It's a great idea. Just spending time to really assess what ways we can be doing that better.
It's part of our board goals, and it's definitely worth diving into.
And one that I think we just have to challenge ourselves to, again, look outside of the box, because the things that we've been doing, I don't think the effort has been resulting in the turnout or the response that we desired or expected. It gets to the point where how many time with trustees do you have where one person shows up? Not that that one person's voice isn't important, it absolutely is, but is that the most effective use of our time, and what are we not doing right to capture more interest and involvement? So, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that more effective use of my time is actually going to a PTA meeting or the Lake Arrowhead MAC meeting and engaging in community members that way that ask, and I get asked a ton of questions, and those I think are way more productive in when we're targeting all those different groups. I think at least for me, it's more satisfactory than.
Well, it sounds like this is something along with that to be able to hone in on with our retreat.
The good news is Michelle put in the chat that there were 57 people that viewed the YouTube. That's a significant number. Now, you don't know how long they were engaged. There's a lot more statistics, but that's a significant number.
Bill, are you saying we get boring?
No comment. Okay. Yeah. So anything else with 14.1? Going on to 15.0, future meeting dates. Regular board meeting, February 18th, 2021 at 5:30 p.m. It'll be on YouTube. A regular board meeting on March 11th, 2021 at 5:30 p.m. again on YouTube. All future meetings will be held via YouTube for the public until executive orders change regarding gatherings. 16.0, recess to closed session if necessary. It is necessary. So is that something that we need to vote on?
No.
Okay, then.
Do we not have to vote that most likely we're going to go past 10:30, or we vote at that time in closed session? We haven't done this before.
I think when we did it in closed session.
Okay.
It was really early on with the three of us being new. We had taken a long time, and in closed session, we decided amongst ourselves if we would push it past the 10:30 mark.
We can take the vote for right now in open session for transparency, so that people that may expect us to come back shortly before 10:30 are not sitting there waiting, even though I don't think they will be.
Okay, so with that, as far as taking that vote, do we need to decide a time that we would be ending by, or just say?
Until
you just vote to waive that time limit.
Okay, so do I probably get a motion?
Motion to waive the 10:30 time limit for the meeting, the school board meeting.
Okay, do I have a second for that motion?
I'll second it.
Okay, so that's any discussion? Let's go ahead and vote on it. All in favor of waiving the 10:30 time limit for our closed session, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye, opposed? Motion passed unanimously. The Board of Trustees are hereby recessed to closed session at 9:44 p.m.
Okay, I need to go to the bathroom.